아, 20분 남았다. 아, 르르르르르르. 겔 좀 볼까요? 무슨 얘기를 하고 있나? 빰빰빰. (19분) 어떤 패치가 되려나? 행복 회로나 굴려볼까요? 시전 쪽 버프. 지능 스태킹 버프. 아마 그 사탄 클로? 그거 너프 될 것 같고요. 하드갑 충석. 아니다. 분단 버프. CI 너프. KB 너프. 파일 버프. KB 너프 모르겠다. 파일 버프. 모르겠다. 아직 DB에 뭐 뜬 건 없겠죠? 미라지. 아, 아틀라스 리워크 됐으면 좋겠네요. 아틀라스 배십에 리워크 되고 17T 지도 리워크 되고. 아마 이번 리그는 금고를 좀 많이 까겠죠? 아니면은 점술 카드 갑충석 넣고 카드를 까던가 그럴 것 같네요. 카드 QOL이 너무 좋아져서. 용병 들어왔으면 좋겠다. 그럼 진짜 행복할 것 같아요. 용병 들어오면 개 재밌을 듯. 빰빠라빰빰빰빰빰 빰빰빰빰빰. 잠깐만요. 혹시 소실송락 변성잼이 다르진
I'm
않았었겠죠?
Mark Roberts. Turn in another set immediately. Gem. Now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive.
디스플레이 이거 아닌가? 16, 24, 50, 0.75. (16, 24, 50, 0.75) 똑같은 거죠? 30, 30 5초, 6초. 어태치, 디태치가 왜... 디태치, 어태치. 아, 똑같네. 네. 이거 그거 아니에요? 키넥트 풀사이드? 역사격? 역제사? 일제사? 이건 뭐지? 징벌인가요?
Turn in another.
아, 오리님 어서오세요. 징벌? 아닌데. 몰라요. 역제사? 아, 7분 남았네요. 일단 행복회로 아틀라스 패시브 리워크 17T 지도 리워크 용병 들어옴 그 3개만 돼도 행복할 것 같은데요. 아틀라스 패시브 리워크 17T 지도 리워크 용병까지 아이고 와 불 고생하시는군요. 엄청 힘들다고 하더라고요. 그래도 라이브는 챙겨보시는 대단한 정신. 뭐 좀 드셨습니까? 입맛은 없으셨을 텐데. 그래 뭐 흰죽이라도. 그쵸, 입맛이 아예 없고 안 들어가잖아요. 아, 카드 편의성 때문에 이번 리그는 거의 한 일주일 동안 금고나 까야 되겠습니다. 아, 근데 이번 리그 일정이 조금 애매해서 어떻게 될지 모르겠네요. 게임을 잘 못 즐기게 될지도. 여행 일정이 있는데요. 3월 3, 4호가 될지 아니면 3월 3, 4호가 될지 10, 11, 12가 될지 지금 갈립니다. 3, 4, 5면 그나마 다행인데 다음 주면 다행인데 그 다음 주로 가면 아쉬운 거죠 뭐. 그리고 예비군도 있어요. 이날 3월 18일 날이 작게고 24일이 기본훈련. 미쳤습니다. 이날은 은행에 한번 갔다 와야 되고요. 4월 2일 날 유럽 여행 가니까 1000유로 찾으러 시내 나갔다 와야 됩니다. 바빠요. 20일 작게세요? 전반기가 3월달에 대부분 잡히나봐요. 아, 기본훈련 작게 다 잡혀버려가지고 3월 한 달은 쭉 즐기고 갈 수 있겠지 싶었는데 뭐가 많군요. 그렇다고 뭐 작게는 어차피 가야 되고 기본훈련을 미룰 수도 없는 게 4월 달에 여행 가니까 4월 2일 날 가서 23일 날 오거든요. 그래서 이 달에 또 기본훈련 잡혀버리면 그것도 애매하잖아요. 그래서 뭐 어쩔 수 없죠. 가야죠 뭐. 어쩔 수 없죠. 와, 1분. 드디어. 이거 AI 번역을 조금 써봤는데 꽤 괜찮더라고요. 계속 말 나오는 거 실시간으로 고쳐서 번역하고 해줘가지고 이걸로 한번 쭉 읽어보겠습니다. 아, 이 탭이 사라지면 딱 좋은데 그건 안 되나봐요. (30초) 아, 엘리멘탈리스트 살고 역제사 살면 그걸로 스타터 해볼까 생각도 들고요. 냉방즈는 한번 해봐서 좀 그렇기도 하고. 아, JG 린님 어서 오세요.
I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
트레일러.
They were bound to serve, but not to suffer.
트레일러 때는 좀 가려줬으면 좋겠는데?
Trapping my Jin in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish.
이거 뭐야? 활을 쓴다고?
Ancient evil yearns for his freedom.
활 버프 하나?
We must keep him in the dark.
듀얼 스트라이크, 홀리 스윗, 인퓨즈 되잖아. 새로운 유니크. 키퍼코, 세멜. 와, 잼 갑충석. 뭐야 저거? 전직도 생기네요, 하나. 아, 오니님 어서 오세요.
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar.
서포터 잼.
Next, we'll cover our new supporter
Scion.
packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session.
Scion
ZD will
추가
ask Path of Exile
클래스네요.
Game Director Mark, as well as Game Designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live
스타터
stream, we'll drop the full patch
패치노트
notes at
뜨고
11 a.m.
결정하려고
NZT
합니다.
or 2 p.m. PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new
잠깐.
league.
Hi,
드롭스
I'm Mark
시작했나요?
Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile.
자, 새로 고침 좀 하겠습니다.
On the Upper a sect of
드롭스 받아야죠.
desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries. They are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Upper have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Upper necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marakith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now,
뭔 스킬이에요?
when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the mirage area and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies. Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies that convert their equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can grant you extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with the sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn,
골드 드랍, 지도
or
드랍
Water Jinn.
저런 거 하겠네.
Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies: a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
뭐야? 뭐가 하나 더
Only one
생기는데요?
skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
하나만 쓸 수 있고.
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area mechanic.
그러게요.
Once you've
옵션이
made
하나
your
더
choice of
생기네요.
wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Jinn. Shatter this chain to free the Jinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarood may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Jinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Jinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had.
펀티가 어떻게
Mirages
133이야?
created next to a strongbox will have a new
룩노드라도
strongbox
높지
ready for
않나
you to
저거는?
open. Blights can be defended again. Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a Legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers.
네.
As you can imagine, there's a
전미나
lot of
접수를
potential
올려줄
here.
수 있다고요?
Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a Thaumaturgic Hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of Thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarood enemies, infested with Blight.
마사카가로 얻는 거였구나 방금
This lane
모르시기는.
can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
예?
As a quick note,
저
imprisoned Jinn
개사기인데요?
will generally
뭘
be
본 거지?
near the content they can empower in the Mirages.
어노인트 하나를
So you
가지고
don't
쓰는
need to worry too
벨트라고요?
much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area. As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the gym. So your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarood are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an
물리도
ancient
없고.
and exquisite Maraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled. Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and
중독?
withering your enemies. However, Varashta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory. Acquiring a coin of restoration by slaying monsters in Mirages allows any unique obtained from the Ufarood to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart,
와,
its glorious original form. Flesh Render, for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun. When you ignite monsters, Sky
화염 피해로
Sunder
바뀌네.
reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area. If you meddle with the affairs of the Ufarood for too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new in-game boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black. Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him. So that's the Mirage League. Now, to face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills. Some holy skills. In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves. We're also introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth. Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams.
아 너무 세
The more
보이는데.
numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment.
슬램해야 되는 거 아니에요?
Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match. Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament,
얘는
a
시오네아
glowing
심이랑
mace
같이
that follows
쓰겠네.
you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage. Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A
이것도
few
좋아
moments
보이는데요?
later, this unstable orb bursts,
지속 시간 감소
exploding
챙기고.
outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked. Consuming a stack of Hallowing Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage, but only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive playstyle with your army of holy sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items, cluster jewels, and the Guardian Ascendancy class.
할로윈 플레임.
We also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which
토템이요?
casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own. You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly to targets when you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll leave the rest of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes. Speaking of the patch notes, as always, we love to shake up the meta, so we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and
Hello.
various improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow. We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes, this time with a focus on Guardian and Warden.
워든이요?
Speaking of Ascendancies, let's talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class. For
새직업
those who have
사이온.
played the Legacy of Frisia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your auras and gives them a much larger area of effect. Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame.
엔드게임이다.
With this expansion, we are aiming to liven up the endgame, giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks.
제발 패시브.
Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful. In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story, how she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from it. In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of Exile 3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas that affected specific maps. The ever-changing influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space, rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the influenced regions. We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps. The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, just locate and select Mesa on your Atlas, put in your map item, click Activate, and you're good to go. That Mesa may drop a Tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again. Or choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice.
엥?
This is one of the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over, or the type of player who prefers to jump around, it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice. For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers, hoping to eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming Atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now, this would have required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favored maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading. You'll also notice that the structure of the Atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin at the center of the Atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the Atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the Atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time. Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 Atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them. Note, you aren't losing any Atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery: arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the Atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the Atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it. There are many different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions.
그렇지.
For example, an abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have
치면
an additional abyss. Or
펀티.
a blighted
뭐야?
region, which adds a blight encounter.
팩 사이즈.
Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier.
아, 한 번
This
깨면
means as you
사라지네요.
progress through the
아,
shaped region, maps you run will
whoa,
become
whoa.
more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced.
아, 별론 것 같은데.
Finally, at the end of the region of maps,
다른
once you have
지도 돌라는
successfully
거잖아요.
rid the atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items. Or the Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items. This new shaped region system is one that promotes running many different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that.
이거 무조건 찍어야 되겠네요.
With all the new
map.
endgame changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy tips and tricks for quickly navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device, the Atlas defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your Atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run. When you select a special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot.
창고에 있으면 바로 들어간다.
That's the core of the new endgame. But there's a lot more endgame changes coming in 3.28. Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot. To that end, we've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but
아니요,
here's a quick
조각도 된대요,
summary of what you
조각도.
can expect to have received adjustments.
보유지도도 되고.
We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places.
예?
Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section.
방금 끈을 없앴다고
T17
한 것
maps,
같은데?
as you know it, have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically.
3조 없어졌다. 아 근데 이건
Petal skills in
기억지도에서만.
Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread,
또 뭐예요?
allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks.
로그북에도 이제 갑충석 써요?
And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist
배져요?
level rogue exile threat in your map.
제한 두
Empowered
개인데?
by every type of wildwood wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit,
오, 잠깐만.
augmented
탈출
with rare
배져요?
monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with. Alongside that, we've also changed some, such as the Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod. Check out the new The Paths Not Taken keystone, which means your maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards. But which ones can drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favored resources,
리롤이 되네.
and you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after. Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want. Not to mention, the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on,
새로운 룬.
such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask,
별로 같은데요.
and the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration. We mentioned earlier about the Originator Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, this Voidstone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is
나이트메어
being
맵이라고
phased
하네요.
out.
티어 맵이 아니라
Awakened
전도부지?
supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are over 40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges. For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage.
신기하네.
From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect
이거 좋아
may
보인다.
win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll
Mana
tease some more of
stacking,
these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover.
하이로펀트 가겠네.
Keepers of the Flame is coming back. However, we do know that many players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters.
그러게요.
In order to address
아키메이지
these
쓰겠네요,
concerns,
저거.
we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear.
그래, 벽 어떻게 할
In
거야?
order to prevent that, walls and hive encounters will now be destroyed by any damage. But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now smaller. To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith,
균열
we've added a
패시브네.
new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls.
패시브로
For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want.
왕노드
Now
찍어서
that
할 수
this is a
있네요.
core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start.
옛날
So
균열로
now,
만들 수
each
있겠다.
womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats. Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you
이
can have
스킬도 되게 좋아
multiple
보이지 않아요?
unstable breach encounters active in a single area
이게 뭐예요?
for
처음 봐요.
maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer exist, but we've moved several of the graft skills to new exceptional supports, such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill. And the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands,
성나기네.
exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them. We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer, from the new bosses in their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breach Lords in the future. That covers all the new content we're adding, and that was a lot. From a new in-game system, several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now.
좋아요.
You can now favorite
좋아요.
trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting
즐겨찾기.
them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency exchange, and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data.
저 모르겠어요. 어떤
A
스타트
further
할지.
improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open. Now, when trading in a full
이게
set of
제일
divination
중요하죠.
cards, it will automatically be handed in to become the resultant item. If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough
컨트롤
free
좌클릭
space to do so.
다다다 하면 되잖아요.
Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive.
선택할 수
The
있게 해준다는
asynchronous
거고.
trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item.
어떤 아이템 팔렸는지 알 수
When
있는 거고.
using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion. Also on the topic of ritual, you can now quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap. Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast. We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs: the Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Travelling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity. Just hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off. The Acquired Wisdom Unique Finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while travelling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts, and can shapeshift between different forms. You can think of this as having multiple pets in one.
모양이 커졌다.
It can fold into a fox, and then even burn away, reforming into a flying bird. This series of packs also contains the Scroll Portals. Jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of
괜찮네요.
Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through. A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders, constantly moving through a boundless desert. The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings. Shackles envelop your choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Rayclast as a walking penitentiary, intimidating your enemies with the elite Iron Incarcerator armor set. After a long day of tracking down criminals, step into the Iron Maiden portal to retreat to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favourite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerise and control the toughest of minds. Use their talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off.
오, 뺏었어, 펫을.
What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your kills within the map are also recorded based on the rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions from these supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time, 2 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
아, 트위치 외국에서는 이거 뒤로 갈 수 있잖아요. 아, 아쉬워요. VPN 켰어야 됐나? 홈페이지 업데이트 됐나 본데요?
G'day Exiles, welcome back. ZD here, joined by game director Mark
벌써?
Roberts and game designer Octavian to do our Q&A post-live stream discussion for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. We'll see where things take us, especially with us discussing things like ground loot, endgame, breach, King's March, balance. There's a lot to cover here.
I locked in here with you forever, Ziggy.
Yeah, that's good. Let's do it. And well, let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And what brings you here with us today, Octavian?
This guy? I don't know. He's the one who said I should. No, I mean, I've been doing a lot. So we'll get into more details later, probably. But the teams between PoE 1 and PoE 2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late. There's definitely still some people who jump back and forth, but myself, I work fully on PoE 1 at the moment. And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, pretty much everything to do with the 320 expansion. It's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers, but I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, it represents a Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its
네.
development and like put out some spicy
쉬십시오.
expansions every 4 months.
7시요?
Trying to do now. So
꽤 기네요.
it's a pretty exciting thing for PoE 1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. And there's been some growing pains. We had our whole team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future, we were thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch.
might
with
be
two
a longer
people,
couch.
but, we'll figure that out. But yeah, with Octavian here, stepping up and seizing control and having that X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, with Octavian's, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are, and it's this real awesome story where now, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was
뭔
new,
에센스예요?
right? And so they're developing it and, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's,
상태상 유형당 2배 피해를 줌.
But you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming
또 좋아 보이는
into the
게-
company as players through QA, now getting to this point. And so, a lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got. And obviously, I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job. And so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting. And it's just, it's bloody cool.
장착
While
중인
also
다른 아이템에 방어력
makes things
속성이
easier for
부여되지
me,
않는다.
I'm way
일반
less
방어력
stressed
증가.
about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing. And I mean, it's just an all-round win. And first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot
근데
more
방어력
of them, I'm
속성이
sure,
붙을 리가
unless
없지 않나?
something goes catastrophically
그렇지
wrong
않아요?
today.
그럼 갑옷에
Good luck.
Yeah,
But
sure.
it's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm confident. in the
애쉬를 더
content.
땡길 수 있는 거 아니에요?
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, for sure. If you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest. And good. It's good, and obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions.
이거는
and,
뭔지
yeah,
안 떴네요. 그냥
sure,
푸르미에서
hopefully you
슬수만
like it.
있다고 나오고.
Yeah, Octavian's been super humble and stuff when I've been talking to him. Like, yeah, you're doing a good job. This is good content.
No, it's a
These
big
are
deal.
good
It's a
changes.
big deal. It's huge.
And killing tier 17s. What a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff.
고유 아이템을 복원할 수 있습니다.
But I love that you
이거를
guys have that,
복원해서
same
얘가 된
journey
거죠?
as well, and
생풀
Andrew
쓰지
as well, right?
못하고.
It's players become QA, become game designers, become producers and leads on
플라스크 효과 증가및 감소가 비전쇄도 효과에 적용이 되고.
players, right? Like,
Yeah, kinda.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
I mean, I still, play every expansion for, not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day. But I still probably
이거는
put
마피랑
in
쓰면
an unhealthy
비전쇄도
amount of
효과를
time.
엄청 땡길 수 있긴 하겠네요.
I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for 4, and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Like, do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely need to talk about ground loot.
Yeah,
힘의
there's
조화.
not much loot on the ground down here.
힘 민첩 진행 조화가 따로
I'm
있군요.
it through my filter right now. This floor is empty. Ground loot is hot
근데
topic discussion
이거는-
right now, and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember like as far back as like I was trying to find where
1레벨을
the
포기하고
idea of where some of
속성 하나
these
더
things
붙이는
trace
거구나.
back to, and for me it was actually like Legion, like
잼 하나
farming
더
low-tier
붙이는
maps where
거군요.
you're getting that flat additive loot in the map, and so all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular
아니, 이
monsters drop. You're
상태로도
just doing your
컬업이
tier
되나?
4 glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely like it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have
시간 속
various
정지
different
발동.
issues. Some people are like blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of like indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent.
공격이고 강타고 근접이고
I don't
효과범이고
necessarily think. I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons.
권능
but
충전을
they
쓰면
don't
피해가
necessarily
증폭이
scale
되고
with difficulty in the same
번개
way as
컴보트
regular
50이고
content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise, and I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual
85에
issue, if you, like,
220%.
peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good things like
최대 20
shipments and the
20 콜,
auto mappers,
220%.
or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling
지면
that's
분쇄가
as
어땠죠?
directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious, kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple. Obviously, item drops are
393%.
complicated. This model is complicated. The system is complicated. And it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that. But honestly, let me simplify
너무
it
약하지
down.
않아요?
Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough.
권능
So we'll fix it,
소모하면
right?
피해가
And
20% 증폭되긴
now,
하는데
obviously, these things can take time. But I mean, we'll immediately just just to
그래봤자
get right in there, because I know what people actually want to know is what are you doing about it. So let's get to that straight
Come on,
away,
come
which
on.
is at least for now, given that we have a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? That's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking it away
휩쓸기는
is
좀
one.
별로일 것
But,
같고 효과범위이긴
yeah, look,
한데
as I said, if you say
데미지가
it's
세
not good
보이긴
enough, it's not
하는데
good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players,
와, 데미지가
I mean, the
많이 세 보이긴
audience as a
하는데요.
whole was like,
효과범이
sucks,
잘
that sucks,
챙기면
right? So we'll make it better.
휩쓸기가-
So to start with, what we're going to be doing instead of there might
모르겠다.
be some terminology here. I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is
특정 지도 지역에 들어가는데 관련된 지도 아이템이 필요하지
as we
않고요.
call it. Yeah, yeah. Not
궤도
windows,
티어로
not
떨어지고
tile loot,
Loot tile,
whatever
yeah,
all the
loot
terminology
tiles.
is. Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like
Yes, correct.
한 번도 안
correct.
간
As in just
곳은
proportionately,
이렇게
one goes
뜨고
up, the other is now
들어가서
less valued
깨면
proportionally
yeah,
in their
just because
content.
of like
the-
inflation and whatnot.
그
What
똑같이
else are we
아틀라스
doing?
패시브를 얻을 수 있는
we're
있는
going to do a bit
걸로
of a
보이네요.
pass on like memory
이렇게
strands
아틀라스
was an
패시브
attempt to try and get
100개를
so that's the
일반
currency.
지도로 얻고
Equipment memory
10개를
strands was an
고유
attempt
지도로
to
얻는
get
거죠.
equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as
Yeah.
good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that, since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that.
고유 지도는 이렇게
Look, they're going to be
생겼는데
better. There'll be more,
가둘 필요
generally more
없고
strands. They'll have
10개만
higher impact. So
완료하면
identified
한동안
items
공격할
via that
수
means
있고.
will just be better. We're also trying. We're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick bad base types.
모서리마다 공허석이
There you
4개
go.
중에 하나가
Sweet.
있습니다.
Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing.
공허석이
Yeah,
총 5개라고
so it still
하던데요.
can
아닌가?
technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier
기억
base type, but it's heavily
공허석까지.
biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I
하던데.
remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, oh, some people might want like a groove bow or something instead.
I mean,
Sure.
I think at this point,
whatever.
yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then look, we're doing some other things. we're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah, those are the. Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. When I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by end game, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flows of this.
중요한 화폐를
Always,
두 배로
right?
늘리고 있다.
There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something. These are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem. Don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze it through
노란색이
and
팩사이즈만 올려주는 게
just start
아니구나.
making changes and
펀티,
start fixing the problem.
팩사이즈, 블라이트 체스트
Now,
어쩌고.
especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, less appreciated because of the fact that ground drops suck, which,
추가가
as I
됐고요.
said, agree. We're doing what we can now.
경험
We'll hopefully do
취약
more later,
득 증가.
if that's what's needed. Just keep telling us about
스킬
it.
재미네요.
You know what I mean?
보조 재미 아니라.
But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know. And then, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to... the new league, I would say, is one that more favors
17티어 지도는 이제 16티어 지도의 악몽 지도로 바뀐대요.
So we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that there's like a lot of trash, white trash items that are dropping, and something about like that kind of effectively becoming currency was kind of the idea there.
Sort of, in a way. So like when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of
탈출
weighting
의자
in the
한 명
drop pool, if that
추가됐잖아.
makes
한
sense.
명이라.
And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like
애매하네요.
normal basic
irrelevant.
equipment that every
Correct,
single
correct,
person is hiding on their loot filter. That weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transmutes.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage has turned into, ideally now, mid and higher tier currency.
Yeah, so like once upon a time we had this
균열
like,
추가
massive historic
등장.
quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, "I'm doubling your pay this week." Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis? When like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
이제 삿된 오브가 생긴 거예요?
Double is definitely
대체
still
형상으로
double.
변화시킵니다.
It's a pretty big deal,
There's a difference between like economic
it's
changes and
definitely
personal things that you
I
feel.
agree.
삿된
It's
오브가
definitely
생긴 것
different to a
같은데요.
like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like I appreciate that a lot of people are like, there's that juice up here, and there's that like here's just your base map, and there's a bit of an expectation that you should be able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more. And I generally agree with that. I would say that the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that, and so but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. There's things about how can we we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So for right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga-juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is, you know, often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that once multiplied by every single league thing ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, yeah, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might, you know, overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook any, you know. It's scary for sure.
오늘 안 뜰
So
거기
yeah,
때문에.
I mean, even yesterday, I mean, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like,
패치노트로
whatever, it's
바뀌는
fine,
걸로
let's just do it.
확인해야 되겠네요.
Everyone's like, whoa, 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 calm down. And I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can be can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one. For sure.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
It's like a good ongoing one to
For sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get like, you know, for the Ark and Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and Atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get it actually able to scale basic monsters to make them both challenging and rewarding? Because like, Affliction's various issues aside, something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere, and maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Got to have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately it's what feels right to as many people as possible. And or there are many options for these things, right?
Yeah, I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like...
We do,
you know, make those
100%.
Base monsters just punch a bit harder, some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
the hardest, like, you know, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. You know, like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn. But if you're designing something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where like we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it in the next week.
Like, this is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordfied, like some sort of like native monsters.
Yeah, we do.
Natural inhabitants is what we currently call them. Yes,
we do have that as a concept. Yeah, it's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
But then you also then don't want it to be that then there is a league and the league just feels like absolute trash, you know. So again, a little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden It's like,
Well,
no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So, I
you
mean,
know?
some of your well-designed leagues, I think, can work well with that. Like the Mirage,
Correct.
just as an example, for
Sure,
example. Like,
100%, yes.
if that was in now, Mirage would work really well. It'd be duplicating all those scaled-up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well. Like non-like loot-tiled, but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see, though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, you know. But we're not. Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for change. That's good.
Yeah, sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And so we'll just keep doing it. But,
I mean, you guys
no,
can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point because now is the time when like we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
Yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list. What are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so, you know,
The hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring that up.
Yeah, but now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. But my questions are ready for that topic. Well, but wait a while on that one, though. Something that, on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's... I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is occasionally rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And that is like fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah, those are the things you remember. Like, I remember the first time I saw like, you know, they all got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday. It's like that because that was another. And there's so many axes here, but we were like, we need to reinstate spike moments.
Yeah.
Moments where you're like, whoa, this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we are at least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. So this is what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. You know, at least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, you know, care about, you know, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set.
Oh yeah.
And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play.
Yeah.
And you know, like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
Yeah, but we want more giga tinks.
Yes, that is certainly not the extent of it. It's
you want
just
the thing where there's like 50 tinks overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with
and
this.
just like, the unexpected.
여러분과 글로벌 루팅으로 들어온다고 하네요.
Like 10 new
선거자만
weird things that rares can drop, because it
드랍하는 게
makes
아니고.
rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and
that's one of my favorite. Like
up to 10,000 hours or whatever.
If we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new niche in the game,
문열어보가
that was one of my favorite
싸질 수도
things as a
있겠다.
player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some, you know, strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Great, yeah.
We
so-
will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion,
Yeah,
kind of
but
weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
Map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like
in
that.
theory, you do it on both.
Yeah.
Could be distinct
Oh, yeah.
pools on
Do
each.
it.
Who
I dare
knows?
you.
But then you don't want to create an environment where the map boss is only so rewarding that you just run, kill the map boss, and repeat. Or maybe you do. I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
That's the goal.
It's all good. We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up later, but I'll bring it up here now. It makes sense that like I think I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that, but I think over time it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores, exactly.
chore.
Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league and be invested in the league in order to now get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the different
I think this
leagues.
is a hit
But
that a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something that it's like, technically it's optional, you don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not
So
really,
obviously
it's not really though, is it?
optional, right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because, when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel
not
optional, right?
optional.
Because
Yeah,
you're making
exactly.
gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah. That was a quote that I picked up from somewhere that I found particularly entertaining. Where it's like someone's like, "Oh, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them." I'm like, "Oh, that's just tragic, isn't it?" It's not really where you want to be.
So now what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
Yeah, like
it's
I like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting my shipments, but it is. I do see the dark patterns there.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
The issue there.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you also don't want to take away the thing that a lot of people do like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. That's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have a surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, oh, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
Yeah.
it's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I am interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain
favorite
resource.
I think that was
resources.
shown,
Yeah,
You can re-roll them
that has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully that
So like
that's the
even
case
even
now.
if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want, and there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was the major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? I feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the point of the boss, and
it
devalues
does.
that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
Yeah,
but
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on PoE1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. And I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like, I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Didn't we do that at some point? I swear.
I feel like it.
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just, I guess it didn't. happen.
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
Too
like,
many
unsure.
changes. And I was like,
열쇠를
we solved this like 3 years ago.
여러 종류로
I'm just like,
나눌
I
수도
swear.
있겠다라고
Yeah, like, I
생각하거든요.
was surprised when that question was sent to me. So it's like, I thought you guys
The
had
perils
that,
of
but
continual
no.
development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and thus I don't know.
That question was sent to me by a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one. So
I don't know. Maybe maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Again, whatever. The deja vu is real right now.
It
but
will be good to reassess the state of
I
it.
don't trust my short-term memory anymore. So, that might be long-term memory at this point. But all good.
the final-ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they they're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in many cases outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, can never compete with like influence modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The
Memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through. And, the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure. And so we're now trying to make it better. But, and I understand that that's like, they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either, that it's like at the end of the end game is when this stuff starts happening. But yeah, I mean, I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another. And you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other. That being said, we don't want to also just be flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know,
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was dreaming about it and daydreaming about what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped maybe only a few rares a map, and I was excited to identify and look at them. It's that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
So maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but we can solve that. But the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped and then kind of stop. You know, there's something kind of a bit
like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible. Like, just for rares to kind of be like, I guess rare ultimately, but not to be not to be ruthless in the sense of it being like an item scarcity situation, but just that like, well, man, if we're dropping 500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things, and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in Keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious to see what that would look
again,
like.
there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just, again, I cannot stress how complicated all the item model and everything is, and messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident, sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run, you're like the entire like get itemization of the in-game systems just down the drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That would assume we mess up bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into tiering up an item, like making it better. It's like, as the rare kind of feeds into it. And that aligns nicely with the idea of this being something that grows over time with juicing.
I 100% want to do that. As you move up
tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from, your average 100 rarity to 500 rarity or something, those items start to become a fair bit better rather than just being, because the way it is now effectively is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
you get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity, drop better gear, and rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
We'll just keep trying to get there.
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted, influence, recombinated stuff, like Path of Exile 1 it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously, like just having really well rolled stuff can work, and maybe only for specific kind of item categories like energy shield gear and things like that. But I am a big fan personally of things like temple modifiers and stuff like that are a little bit weirder. Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I wonder if there's stuff like that you can do. Obviously, we're talking about the memory strand kind of making the base matter, and I quite like overqualityed items for that point as well. Is this something you're thinking along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea, if nothing else.
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things. on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment about, trying to make more,
Yeah.
like, more meaningful tinks, I guess.
Yeah.
Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is, like, one of the most fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game, but it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
You want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy.
Yeah.
Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power. But yeah, like you don't want to just have every item, you just have to hover and know what are the 8 different things that could be considered. And I understand that the item filter can do a lot of that work, but then there are those not using the item filters and not using different types of item filters, and now there's just this insane complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are just real tricky for sure. And
it's probably why we're here in the first place talking about ground loot, because like that is the more subtle, the trickier thing to get right, whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics that's what you can let loose, so those have become better and better over time. It's interesting. Yeah, well, I'm starting to see now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like, perfect, I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the ground loot topic to the point now where chat is starting to want me to change topics.
Yeah, you always start with the...
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the...
You want to start with the thing that people are
of course,
feeling
100%.
like,
yeah.
I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah, excellent. Mirage, the new league that has been showcased and announced here, is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen, maybe, level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content, to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like, just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
Cool.
The way that it interacts with Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it and then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where you said, like, can you do this just once, or is it...
You can keep reusing the
So
currency.
you can, like, add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want to modify from these two types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth, yeah.
Crazy.
But how cool is that?
That is
I
wild.
love that. I'm
군주어를
excited about that.
돌릴 수 있다는데요?
it's cool idea,
새로운
though.
화폐로?
It's basically like, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, ooh, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. That's exciting for sure.
Yeah, that's wicked. So, like, was this the initial goal on the outside, or was just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that, even Sentinel to a degree, where it's like it augments content. And I was like, well, what if we could do that, except it augments the area and not the league, not like just the monsters.
And then out of that grew is like...
Yeah, and then later we, because that is a good base, but you need, a good league mechanic needs a bunch of extra, like, bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason. So that is, that's a whole new level there. It was interesting. So I played through like the campaign with this league, and it almost felt like some sort of like best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like, I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of
before.
It was a thing where like, this is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold almost, where it's like the impact this league has on the, like normally you'd think, okay, so there's like an extra little bit of mud flats with some monsters like as a second replicated area. It's like, well, I don't really care about that. But then you're like, yeah, but what if when the Mirages spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus content that's currently in-game only generally, or like Mayhem League, you know, kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that anymore. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on. And I actually think it's, I mean, I understand. Like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league and the campaign, it's probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that you know they fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to be competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early ones that can give you that. There's ones that give you like a whole bunch of chromatic orbs. There's ones that give you a unique weapon or
Stuff you need.
something like that. Things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5 link. And then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's normally I like always interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. Just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all. Or
액트가
Check the
끝나면
mechanics,
오링크를
check the wish,
들게
do it or move
해준다.
on.
yeah.
Also-
like, the wishes sometimes are unique, and
A detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra monsters from the Alpharood, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like,
there's
just
a lot of
extra monsters.
there.
Probably how you were so over leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think of it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones, and then I'm like, oh, that Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of the way the Mirage's area is generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's in unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
That's clever.
Which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
You guys are getting good at this, anticipating my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like in the past, I'd come here and I'd play for a bit, and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, not as crazy, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league for the new content? And
you've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that mandate to do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah,
it's like,
Another really
you're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the minimap in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yeah.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So you wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I mean, in my memory, maybe.
Bit of well, sure. It's true. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows anymore nowadays?
It's a funny weird mechanic in the campaign too, because like quite often you're like, it spawns near the boss. You do the boss in the Mirage. You pick up the quest item from the boss in the Mirage.
Yep.
And you're like, I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just
which
works. And
made
it's like,
me feel
that's
really,
weird. I like
really
it. It's
suspicious.
so
like
weird.
there's surely some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to like be like, oh, what if I do it this way? Being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Piety in here and get the thing?
I mean,
like,
it has had some bugs. Don't get me wrong. Like there was a bug where like if the Mirage didn't generate far enough, you could click an entrance that's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move, and that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing it out pretty well. Higher level of polish a week out than usually on this visit.
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys, the team division maybe is working well there.
Yeah, because by having ultimately Octavian and Andrew focused on Pee Wee 1 entirely for that whole span, and we were obviously all discussing. I loved generally our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then they'd just run until we, really look outside and we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
The sun is rising.
yeah, we got they're just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
Awesome.
and as opposed to like kind of fighting for resources between the two, we laid out exactly here are the resources you got. If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now, get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously it sounds obvious. It's like, that's how it should be. But you got the 2 games, especially it can be a bit hard. Like, where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So, as much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way. It isn't as simple as it often sounds when especially with passion projects, because, you always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself and go, I'm just going to acknowledge I don't know what's going on, and when I see the live stream for the other game, I'm going to learn a bunch of new stuff. And so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to go into Pee Wee 2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What, I get to be in the player base getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But I know. But getting off Mirage. But I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool in-game thing you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which in-game thing with the boss?
The whole map is a Mirage.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Wait, what?
That is one of the. So it augments league mechanics, but it can also augment a few things that are like technically not league mechanics. Like it can augment a map boss, and it will cause it to have some. You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on. Like maybe there's fireballs flying out, so it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is fully miraged. Like it's got a mirage in the map that is covering the entire thing. So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
The reveals keep coming. I didn't know about that.
There you go.
Wild. I was going to ask, like, because you've got this whole, like, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you, like, make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like, you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh, yes.
Showcase, which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet.
It's
pretty wild.
at odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, as gems do. Because adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit. Yeah.
And it isn't fully random. It will look. It takes into account the supports which can support that skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support that works for that skill.
Yes,
you're not going to get like faster casting on a double strike or something.
Brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike. So you could get that, which isn't particularly
so don't
good.
use the red one on there, probably.
Well, you know,
I mean,
LE damage
you
of the
can
tax
risk
is
it.
also red
That's
and can go in
true,
Wild Strike.
multi-strike,
Or sorry, is LE damage of the tax the modern name of?
Ed West, yeah.
Yes.
I think it's-
But regardless, like there are, you know, undesirable outcomes, but all of them are technically functional.
okay, all right. And then there's these uniques that you can like clean up as well. You do one of those restoration YouTube channels, like I found this sword and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rust off. No, it's more magical than that.
Excellent. And I don't know if this was really shown, but there's a lot of like, is this just the campaign or is it endgame as well? There's like a lot. There's these like silver Jin caches and gold Jin caches and.
That's at all points. So
cool.
when you're in a Mirage,
Those are juicy.
there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the Overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot generally. You know, like rare items, maybe currency, maybe div cards, all various things.
Sounds wicked juiced. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail gone in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues, you know, and obviously it has its own thing, and even kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, you know, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well, but it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man,
How cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
just turn my spine into a star.
I don't need this.
I'm gonna.
Who came up
It's a
with
tiny.
that
I
one?
don't want to spoil much of the fight, but a tiny minor spoiler is when you kill him, his head lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it. And he gives like lore.
Obviously.
Obviously, yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity. I get it, but it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really glad you guys did
high
it.
effort.
Like, yeah.
Good on you.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors, just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. And I think it was like was this the one that it's coming sometime? We're trying to.
Oh, look, it's still on the list.
Yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation. Trial of the Ancestors. it
Kind of
seems.
is, yeah. I mean, we're getting more and more of these, I feel like, over time, where stuff we want to improve, enhance, re-add, or whatever. Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that to then get in the way of a lot of other stuff that we want to do. And yeah, I get it's just end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
yeah.
It's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of had.
We will
felt
do
on
that.
too,
We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff, because that's, you know, people
don't
want a
do that.
time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, you know, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
Back pocket for a rainy day.
It's we'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different two projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there. You know, if Octavian wants more people, Octavian and Andrew, they want more people on that for Peewee 1. We'll hire more. We'll give them the resources they need. You know, like whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we'll just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great days. So
All right, I just want to say though, like I feel like maybe you could get a little bit more of this stuff done if you didn't do things like make the Reliquarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay,
and-
yes, that
talking
committing
to-
to that is extra work. But Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like
but
we have
I
all of
was
these
talking-
uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though, because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with, against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list, it's procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
That's a little crazy.
It's fine.
I love having an ascendancy.
fine.
I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to, like, this is gonna change every time, because it means we can, do something cool and different every single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch.
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
This is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
How long, when did the Scion come out?
God, like
Before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
Yeah,
or
so
20 years ago.
13 years or something, probably. Yeah. So 13 years to get its second ascendancy. So 13 years from now,
Get a
we'll
third
get the
Ascendant.
third
It'll be
class.
right on par with the rest of the classes.
No, it's really cool because I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this league, and then people are like, no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like,
committed.
ruined.
Yeah.
It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning
Yes.
for that. I think it's probably the way
And
to go
you
about
you just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser
know?
material.
Yeah, true.
And
It's one of your days done.
but also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, the next league gets saved, but you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes, might be better for
Yeah,
casters here or attackers here or summoners here or a boss.
Yeah, for the Ethereal Crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like,
컨텐츠
okay,
영상 떴네요.
this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
계속
Alright,
번역
so
남을
the
거니까
other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things, this time you went for a pretty comprehensive
영상이나
set of new
봅시다.
skills, buffs, support
Hi,
gems.
I'm Jonathan
even some
Rogers
passive
from
changes to
Grinding Gear
support the
Games.
Holy Warrior
Welcome to
Templar
GGG Live.
archetype.
Today
So,
we're going to show you an
I guess
exclusive
the
reveal of
downside
Path
with
of
the approach is
Exile
like this,
Mirage,
doing like a
which is coming out 1
specific
week from now
archetype
on March
flavored,
6th.
set of
Twitch drops
changes
are enabled on
is
today's
that,
live
yeah,
stream,
maybe some people
so you'll be able to
ultimately won't
claim your
interested in
Mirage
it, but
weapon
it seems
effects by
like
following the
that's
instructions below.
I think that's
Now,
probably
first things
a worthy
first,
trade-off.
let's
for the
roll
fact
the
that
trailer
you,
for Path of
you
Exile
get a much more interesting
Mirage.
experience there. Like I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill. So
In the dark.
it's not really that interesting. To
Significant
change
in-game
your
cha-
builds.
You can be
Mantic
a lot more-
creations
the
to
upside
find
is
the
you can be a lot
captive
more
Jin.
like holistic and
Here,
take a broader
yeah.
view. It's
They are
like,
outcasts
okay, we're
of
not just adding
outcasts,
this new skill
with
that
no
happens to
home
fit this
or
archetype.
promised
We're
land.
adding, a
Instead,
handful of new skills,
they seek
a
their
handful of new
sovereignty
supports.
through darker means.
There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style.
The Upper Road have captured the
and that just
Is it dwelling
immediately
ne-
makes it much
with
easier
no
for a
home
player
or
who
promised
might have been
land.
interested, but also wants to play a powerful
Upper
build
Road's
and wants to have a
necromantic
well-supported build
creations.
to commit to
Sorcerer.
playing the new thing on League Start.
The Astral
As
Realm.
opposed to you just
And break
you
the
just add
tether.
a skill without any of the supporting
an
foundation.
imperfect
then
copy of the area around the
it's
captured
much
Jin.
harder. Like it's much easier for that
Hold-
skill to sink rather than swim.
We'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah. Yeah.
Allows you to
that's
enter,
it, it's a-
giving you the
well,
option to choose
things
one of
contributing
3
there.
wishes before you do
Is
so.
there something you'd like to kind of keep doing if you're doing that kind of
These
vibe?
wishes are
No, a couple
modified.
times in the past, but it's
Unpacks
not
in the
ever
Mirage
been a
area
super
will be
consistent trend
replaced with
doing this, like,
monsters.
archetype.
It convert
flavor.
drop the
It's certainly
equipment to
easier
gold.
and has its merits, but I'd say we're probably just going to remain inconsistent in that regard.
Probably.
골드 더 넓은다는 거죠?
Consistent in nothing else but being
Well, it's
inconsistent.
just
It's good.
like for 329,
포탈 스크롤과 위스덤 스크롤이
a thing that's come up and probably
다른
what we'll be
커런시로
doing is instead of
바뀐다네요.
so much a
오늘
whole new
그렇게
archetype, it's like
that will apply
let's
to the
go back and
Mirage
look at
area.
existing
And have
skills
some
how we
pretty
can,
and
instead
wisdom
of,
scrolls in the
just
Mirage
numerically necessarily
for
change them, actually
number-
rework them, especially
Such
things
as the
like,
wish for
early
soul-
game as well. At
소울
some
리터
point, rolling magma becomes
미라
a little
정력에서는
bit
절대
boring
죽지 않는다.
or has its
오.
woes. Yeah, we know the
Balls.
deal. You know, so being able to go back and look at there's actually been quite a
Each
high
wish
demand
is
for people
also
going, like,
marked
can you
with the
just change up
sigil
the early
of one of
game,
three.
like, what we're
그때
playing with please no more rolling
봤었죠?
magma kind of has been a lot of
처치하는
I'm sure
적들이
some people that
80%
love it, and
더
I'm not to say we're going to
골드
like eradicate
더
it,
떨고
but ideally for the
미라
next one we'd
정력에서
focus
지도를
less on the whole new
베풀어
archetype and maybe
베풀어
more on
가질 수 있고
powerful
reworking
gem.
some of the other skills, you know.
sure.
Did Mirage
that was
a
something
coin
on
of
our
knowledge,
current, you know, list
coin
of
of
things, so
power,
we'll see
or
how
coin
that
of
goes,
skill?
but and
Each
of
you know,
these coins can be
reworking a skill
used on
can
a
often
max leveled
effectively
skill
mean it's a new
gem.
skill.
Corrupting it and
Like on a personal
augmenting it
level
with
as
a
well, one of my favorite
random
stuff to
support
work on
that
is
only one skill that is
support
imbued this way
related design.
can be socketed in it.
Like,
근데 왜 1레벨만
there'll
얻을 수
definitely be
있나?
more and more attention to that.
Only one
even if it's just from me wanting to do it, you know, in an
skill
extra
that is
few
imbued
hours
this
after
way
my normal
can be
workday or
socketed
whatever.
into a given equipment item at a
I also have
time.
like a personal
Meaning you
goal
cannot
that
have two
every,
effects.
you know, reasonable active skill
rewards.
eventually gets its own transfigured version, hopefully too.
디비네이션 카드 파운드.
The new
어머.
transfigured this league are a step in that direction. They're
So-
I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants before. Maybe there's
희귀
like one that
몬스터가
is on
두
a
개의
skill that
속성
already
더
had one.
가진다는 거는
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. Like, you feel like
굉장히
transfigures
좋네요.
are kind of like hitting the mark. They're like a thing that's worth kind of
But
keeping.
let's get back to the
you're
Use of
adding more
Wish.
and,
Enter the
is it likely
Mirage
that, like, new
and
skills
fight
come
your
out
way
with
through the
transfigures
monsters
right
and
away, or is it
astral
something you add in the
hazards to
future?
find the step by
When
step,
there's
weakening what
a
is not the
transfigured variant that is interesting,
Mirages
and
are
세계
an
중에 하나
imperfect
랜덤이라.
copy of the
also wouldn't detract
created from an
the development time
in-game
of
map,
the
for
base skill.
instance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was kind
Like,
of my
strong
thought.
box
if
ready
it's
for
a
you.
simple twist that is an interesting one, then sure, because we, you know, I
It's
think we did
more
that with one of the
and
wand skills
play
in
a
the
second
last league
time.
that gets released with a
And
transfigured
every
variant.
Yep.
these recreated
But
copies of
those are
League mechanics,
still, you know,
and this has
now
some
they
side
are skills in the
effects.
game that are a
For
valid
one,
active skill,
a
like the
recreation
player might
may not
choose
be
as their main,
perfect.
you know, main skill.
The factions
So
of
they
a
will
legion
eventually need to
may
get one.
may change.
And,
More
see, like, I
importantly,
guess you could be concerned that
odds.
like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the
Two
ideas that
threatening
they're making.
modifiers added to
Sure.
the usual
You can like,
Sure.
yeah, well, you
No,
know, this is
Wrestle-
just one little idea for a twist on this skill. It can't really be a whole new skill. so-
device that your
Maybe
Calgaran
they can
friends
place right
can mine
It's also just
in order to
I
obtain
can't
이거는
like,
깨면은
stop myself from having
마석
a cool
값바로
idea
주는
of
거죠.
vast
being like,
quantities of
I want to do, you know, I want to
have one of their lanes replaced by upper rude enemies.
Sometimes you do
Infested with
need to
blight.
stop yourself from having a cool idea sometimes. But,
This lane can reward a
you know,
new base
generally
type,
speaking.
the cord
Right,
belt.
on the kind of like more balance.
This
and
lane
the,
can
and skill
reward
design,
이런 새로운
handcasting and channel
미라지
skills are
역병을
kind of just like
깨면
a rough
New
area I
base
just want
type,
to
the anointed.
mention or bring up
어노인트
as
할 수
something that
있는
you're, like,
허리띠로
thinking about
얻을
or
수
still kind of,
있고
like, tracking it.
Causing it-
Maybe something we talked about a little bit in the
헤드헌터나
past.
마피 쓰기 전까지는
Not on the
To grant a
current,
passive tree notable of your choosing.
328 really in any obvious sense, but like
They can empower
You
in the
know,
mirages. So
not
you
to
don't
say
need to worry too
there
much
isn't
about
something
getting
with
lucky
exceptional
with where your
supports
content
that might
generates in
come
an
to,
area.
especially stuff we haven't even necessarily thought of.
Patches
and
of
there's-
Oasis
obviously when
Ground.
we add so much stuff, there's so much
이건 뭔지
unintentional
모르겠네요.
usage. But like, yeah, I understand it needs a bit, maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at. Still on the list again.
One of the dedicated QA for PoE1 is very much a hand casting.
As the campaign doesn't generally
plays
contain too much
spellcasters almost every league,
on being
and
more
the
action-packed,
Transfigured Shock
you can
Nova
put
is
with
one of
us to these
his favorite skills, he said, and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey,
acquiring
there's
a coin
something.
of restoration by
But
slaying
yeah, it is
monsters
on
and
our radar, for
mirages.
sure.
Counterpart.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't
Transforms
brought up before.
into
Someone asked me,
sky.
and I was like, yeah, you know what? When I think about it, that's a good
1칩에
point.
50%에
Cult skills, especially spells,
물리피해
mainly, seem to be in a weird place where, like, I try to think of cold spells, and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think
Flesh
of, like,
render.
Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of, like,
20368에서
Ice
For
Spear
example,
back in the day. I think of
transforms
cold dot
into
stuff. Like, yeah, there's a couple in
154,
there that are okay,
물리피해가
but it
많이
doesn't, like,
낮아지네요.
on the whole, cold
대신
spells are
화염
in a
피해로
rough
다
place at
컨버트
the
되고
moment. Is that something you guys have identified?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you.
Sure.
저한테 점화가 걸리네요.
Not to say there aren't, yeah. Certainly in the more traditional case, yes,
Yeah.
they're not holding up. There are some
다른 적들한테
weird
점화가
cases,
퍼지고
but you know, again, maybe some of this.
나한테
I was just
점화가
trying to think of the
걸리는데
new, like Frost Mage, but technically it's probably going to be
네.
based
I
on something
someday.
that isn't even, you know, cold scale.
It'll be like
it's more
Archangel
Proliferates-
over again.
yeah, exactly.
The affairs of the
but yeah,
in-game
I don't
boss.
disagree with you. Honestly,
So
it'll
rich
probably come hand
of
in
the
hand
weak
with handcasting.
exclusive
To some
items.
degree, like it's kind of like hand casting
makes
and
sense.
spells kind of come together. So you
카오스
probably see a
레드,
bit of that at the same time.
다이아몬드
be a
슈라인이랑
package deal at some point,
저항
you know.
성소를
Yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy happy
없으면요.
with just like
러스크가
This is a
없으면
weird realization to have. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
다이아몬드 슈라인이 뭐죠?
yeah.
I missed some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some of them maybe in the future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff has gone through here, I'll be psyched in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike and the new
항상 치명타
extra
피해.
weapons that attack with you stuff. It's
true.
awesome.
It is worth noting, alongside the new holy skills, pre-existing holy themed skills have generally been buffed. Or,
With holy hammers, you slam the ground to call down a hammer of justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional holy hammer
benefit my friends with some guardian changes.
expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes,
잠깐.
Yeah.
3일체가 좀 다르게 생겼지 않아요?
Well, or I can make it
저거 뭐예요?
not. No.
처음 보는데요?
It's good for support characters. Sorry, it's not changing next league now. I've decided.
the more instruments of
I
holy
maybe feel a
judgment.
little bad for content creators who are like making a build guide on Reliquarian.
Sweep is an
and
old skill,
every
implemented
one of those
law
build
to add
guides
physical damage
has
to
an
lightning,
expiration date
which
built in.
have hammers of light batter them from
Yeah, you have to
the
put expiry
demolished by
date in.
repeated
흡슬기
attacks.
공격 피해가 높던데.
When successfully hitting an
Might
enemy
still
with
be able to
Holy
beat it
Strike,
after, but, you know,
you'll
it's a
summon forth a floating holy
Um,
of minions,
I did have a question.
and will
about
attack with
London,
Holy,
but
your main hand weapon,
reached the
Shield of Light. A retaliation skill.
About some quality of life
Ally,
stuff. We'll slip it in here.
Like,
first.
Do you
few
want the
moments
good news or
later,
the bad
this
news?
unstable
Oh,
orb
bad news,
bursts,
please, I love
Bad news
melee
is,
attacks,
Temp-
causing
it's
them to build
gone
up as
for now.
What's gone?
Harbinger is gone.
they're online
For now.
other places,
Excuse me,
such as
break?
unique.
Yeah, we're just throwing
That
it
may
like-
be good news for some.
I understand that's like, you know, look, the issue. Just
Can't
just
complain about it now.
Band-Aid gone. Look, and I understand that will probably crush a decent amount of people. But there's a little bit of, you know, it's a shadow floating with some blue. And
Yeah, I know you're not a
they're
fan
really
of blue
cool.
aliens, are you?
Well, for sure, but we want to
Items.
do more. We want to do it better. And
Cluster
there's this
jewels.
unfortunate thing where often, or especially, you know, with a way we have to
액절티드
kind of develop things now.
어택이 20% 모어 데미지.
It's kind of, it has to go so it can come back better, is effectively
함성
what we're
함성
getting to here.
강화
And
공격.
it will get the justice it deserves.
액절티드 어택이 보시.
And I'm not putting it in the in the nebulous trial of the ancestors bin here.
And the Guardian.
It's in a closer.
Yes.
어떻게 바뀌는 거예요,
And
이거는?
that's what I'm saying. Bad news, good news. It's
이거 좀
unfortunate, but
봐야겠다.
in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better.
할로윈
and it should be
플레임
something
저게
that
바뀌는
ideally
거
people get
같죠?
excited for. We were going to be way more mysterious with it and actually have the patch notes and like, well, actually we are doing that in like Harbinger text, and people were going to try and derive what does this mean. But you know, immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're
Time of
leaving
Nidra.
Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back, and you will find out
Marshal of
what it means,
Divinity.
without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier, ancient and fracturing orbs are in the core drop pool.
물리 피해
Harbinger uniques are also in the core
10%를
drop pool.
추가 번개
The
피해로
upgraded
얻고
Harbinger uniques are in the drop pool. Core drop pool.
할로윈
Yeah,
플레임
so keep it as
각자
much as
할로윈
we
플레임에
can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It's always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question that I imagine will come up: Horizon orbs, with the way the new map items work, are they don't do a
you don't
thing,
need
but
them.
they would have done a thing on
할로윈
Chamber Guardians and
플레임이
such,
영향을
because
받는
Chamber Guardians
적들은
are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll
물리
your
피해
Chamber Guardians. So
25%의
you still
추가
have that
화염
capability.
Good old
피해를
Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw, might be.
So yeah, no, yeah,
때린다고 하네요.
yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an
No, this
overall.
is great news.
I agree.
This
Ascendancy
is great
class.
news. They
That's
were
how-
just weird blue.
We also
floating
have
guys that
a-
drop pocket
which-
lint. I don't know why people like
Yeah,
it so
but
much.
the
Which
lock-
casts its higher
the
damage.
loss aversion.
You're like
You might
affecting
also
weapons
enjoy
sometimes.
Orb
They're
of Storms of
weird little
Scorn.
creatures. Like
Well,
some
it is
builds
probably
just don't quite
it's
work
one
on
of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I
little
like
creatures.
conceptually. I want to see
Like
what
lightning
modern take
upon
on it
doing
is, 'cause,
as you dive
and
into
also
battle.
more grounded in
Meta.
gothic.
So we've done
you know,
classes
like, again. Imagine being able to do the actual
잠깐.
art style justice
To a
and
few
to
other
do
things as
bosses,
well.
Have bosses
Such as a-
that aren't just big portal,
저도 뭐
More Harbinger.
big portal thing, you know. And
the boss was a portal.
the boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it
Harbinger.
right. Look, let's be real.
Will Blood
it was
Rain이네요.
half-baked, and it needs to be
Yes.
done better. So
It was definitely a little bit.
yeah, I know.
From an earlier
there was always
time.
going to be that bad. I was going to be. Look, the patch note was going to be way more ominous, but
I'm-
nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I am glad and impressed that you.
again, we have to
Just rip the
be
Band-Aid from that one.
brave enough to do some of these things for sure. It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in PoE 1.
최소
All right.
차지로
Well, that
바뀌었군요.
answers the Harbinger question.
원래
The question that chat was probably driving at was like,
권능 차지가
"Let's put the
없거나
stack that
최대일 때 주는 건데 최소 차지면 얘네 둘을 주는 걸로.
Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, it's gone. You're like, wait, what's
No.
gone?
No Disneyland. That's it. We're
화장실
turning
갔다
around.
오겠습니다.
Bam.
Yeah, it is what look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, that's
But,
been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls
Sure.
just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it like what's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just delete them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are now many tools if you don't want to. You can deal with it by either making it easier and making it something you don't mind, or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
So intrusive is the word I would use. Like
Yes.
we want it to feel meaningfully different in terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. So you know, we've like shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged rather. You know, we were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like
Yeah,
making the radius you destroy them
Pass
a
on
bit larger, stuff
bloodline
like
classes.
that.
About it earlier, you were pretty clear that like,
Expanded
you
the passives
literally don't want
available to
be
the
annoying him
Templar.
anyway, so
No, it shouldn't be.
and like another thing I think Danny you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can
얼마나
scale
바뀐 건지
the
볼까요?
encounter on an encounter by encounter basis, which is something you want to have sometimes.
템플러
It's like, there's a little bit like, if the walls are our problem, it's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have
왕노드는
more ability to do
똑같고.
stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league? Now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now. Like obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain
여기
point. That
새로운 게 하나
starts almost
생겼네요.
immediately, but
It,
what do you reckon?
yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure
여기도
that's the
새로운 거 하나
case.
생겼고
But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion, and that gets pretty hard to
Yeah, I
allocate
don't
resources
think,
between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the
we-
continued
we
problem
will
solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
That is
Section of
that
the
is
passive
100%
tree.
That's the main
case.
thing,
Yeah.
And various improvements to existing wholly themed skills such as static
But yeah,
strike,
like the the keepers thing. It's like, okay, the walls.
Holy
if there's
flame
still a
totem.
problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it. We can test as
And
much as we
dominating
can
blow.
test, but obviously people have different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. We try and
We're
think of all
also
these,
doing
but
our
like,
usual-
We've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual
Great.
straightforward solution. Hopefully it's not, we're gonna, I mean, even today we're like, let's bump up the burn radius a bit as well, just to make it a bit less of a problem. They're now damageable, they're now smaller, hives are now
사부
smaller, the
추어잖아요.
walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once,
I was going to ask about
like
that. 'cause
Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping that was not available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's
yeah.
possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep, you can just run around,
good fun.
opening circles.
So obviously there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. Is there a bunch of them?
The whole goal was to keep that, right? We
Right, yeah.
It would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one,
Yeah.
I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was, like, people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. You know,
모르겠다, 이건. 패치노트
that's just what it
뜨면
is. It's just that,
Improvement
like,
to
you
some
know,
of
we
the
then
least
get
played
to
ascendancy
have
classes.
this
좋아진 것
new
같긴
epic
한데요.
storyline set up, do more
적이
with it in
나한테
the
때리는
future.
게
You know,
불운이라.
what's Chayula gonna do? Where's Zoff
버프긴
and
한데.
Unatol? Where are
Yes.
they right now?
This time with a focus on
expanding the Breach
얼마나
story and
바쁜지
Breach Swords,
모르겠네.
but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So like,
Or
what's that? How does that
have
even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon it's a blend in with another league or something maybe, huh?
가디언은 여기 완전 새로운 게
this is
생겼네요.
I'm talking madness.
Okay.
4초마다
But, you know,
저주를
the point being,
제거하고
like, there's cool things to set up here, epic new bosses, be it
4초마다
pinnacles or otherwise to come in the future.
초당
And,
생명력
like,
재생
I
100%.
understand people have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like
The old domain.
these are
저주랑
literal old player
상태
characters
이상이구나.
wearing microtransactions that are bosses, and
They're
it
not
just
to your
is-
current standards,
yeah,
are
it's
they?
not what we do
Just like
anymore.
Harbinger, they got
You know?
get out of
You
here.
need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight
거의
starts.
면역 아니에요?
Not recolored
Yeah.
floaty guys.
Not like
저주랑
here's some
상태
armor set.
이상
You're not red
거의
enough.
면역이라고
Let's
봐도
dunk you in
되지
red
않나?
paint. All right, now you're a breach lord. You know,
Yes.
And every new unique we make going forward could have
Guardian.
a Foulborn variant.
or be on the
And water.
Reliquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man. Well,
Yeah,
be
the
Rusty and go on a
Foulborn
Restoration
uniques.
YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn Uniques were, I think, a big win from that. I was going to ask about that in relation to the tree. So Foulborn Uniques, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, the new
It's a banger.
uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No, no kidding. That's
데미지
awesome.
테이큰을
Great. Well, that's happening
버프를
right away
시켰네요.
then. Fantastic.
반응 피해 감소.
on that
아,
note
15
then, so the tree
마이너스
is staying,
15에서 마이너스
and
25가
I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping out all of the best items and
Yeah.
to the extent that it was. So what does in
New
what way is it
rel-
going core and in what way is
bits.
it changing?
You know, correct me if I'm wrong.
unique
Okay, I think that
Found
we've,
from throughout Ray
you
class.
know, we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think
Right.
it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
Interesting.
So it can still do the armor, the jewelry, and obviously keeps the Foulborn
생명력의
uniques.
15%를
It can make
코스트로
Foulborn unique
가지고
weapons. To be clear, it's,
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah,
rare
the
weapons.
rare
that-
for the
just
rare
rares, okay.
equipment. Yeah, yeah. So limited
재사용되기
pools of rare
시간을
equipment it can
무시하고.
produce.
Interesting. So it has a more specific
삼성이.
role now, which I
After
like the look
ascending,
mechanics.
first select the
Yeah,
power of a
again,
unique
like, that's
armor.
a general thing
Victari-
where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the,
오라
like,
스킬의
if
효과
everything can
범위가
do
40%
everything, then what
증가하고
does
오라 스킬의
picking a league
전 레벨이
even
2레벨
mean?
증가하고.
I mean, it's the same
Influence
discussion with
increases
things
the level
like,
of all your
fossils,
auras.
right?
Kilowava's
You know, which I believe we've also made a change with now. Fossils are exclusive, or at least way
I was gonna
more
ask about the
exclusively
Delve.
from
If we
Delve.
if we did our due diligence fully, then fossils should only be coming from Delve now.
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
So
good.
we're kind of trying to make sure we're actually confining what it makes a league special to what makes a league special,
Cluster.
and not just letting
Giving
it
you a
seep in
chance to have
everywhere.
extreme elemental resistance against
So,
incoming
yeah,
hit.
that with the tree, no
원소
weapons
저항력을
for
얻게
rare
해준다는
weapons at least is aiming that direction.
Is it like a
Next, pick from a
major
unique
power
weapon
nerf to
power.
the creation of jewelry and armor.
It's been tuned down.
the-
Yeah.
화살통으로
Six
얻는 보너스
I thought
100%
the
주는
rating
거.
was dropped down a bit,
Widow
Is it-
Hail
is it like
greatly
60
increases the
rock
bonuses
fusing
gained
instead
from
of
your
like
quiver for the
150
yeah, I
tax.
think it was 1
Or
in 10 items
Martha's
of 6 points
teaching.
before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah,
it was
there's,
pretty-
인연의
there's a balance
기본
pass as well, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Because again, as
공격
part of that, like,
치명타
how
확률이
can item drops be good if this is just doing that, you know? So
너가
they're
들고
at
있는
odds with
메인
one
엔드
another, but also
웨폰의
now that it's
치명타
one
확률과
of many
같다.
optional leagues in
Which
the
causes
in-game,
your
선수네요.
minions
it
critical
doesn't need
strike.
to be doing everything,
Lastly,
you know,
pick your
as
crown
good as it
jewel,
was doing, so,
a unique jewelry power.
I suspect it's still pretty good from
Astral-
my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are
Projector.
planning on-
Cause
Andrew did all of the
장신구들
specific
좀-
adjustments for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top
yeah,
of my head.
we
Sure,
can-
it's
좋은
This is
게
why
있을
we need
것
a bigger
같아
couch.
보이는데.
We need Andrew.
Does Nova spells
Metal
mentors
Sorry.
There
simply
was the
giving you a
uncertainty with,
rather
this
than
is
from
ideally why
yourself.
we'll have Andrew here in the future. The
or
uncertainty
take
is like
Ash-
Andrew could have changed
허리띠-
stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
이게 뭔가 좋은 게 있지
You know,
않을까.
someone in QA might have found something that he needed to
Tremendous.
address.
He's, and I'd like to reassure
모든
people, like,
능력
the
플러스
development
10.
doesn't stop at the
Simply
live
giving
stream
you
at the
ways you can
announcement.
mix and match
They're
unique
up there, upstairs
any
right
other
now
ascendancy
making
class in the
changes.
game.
So, we can
Our
only be
plan
so
going forward is for the
certain,
Reliquary and to not be a
without everyone
static
here
ascendancy
who's
class.
able to talk
And
about it,
between
but,
each
like,
expansion, the
99%
unique
sure on
powers which
everything, but
If I
it's
do
just-
my
to have
job
the
well,
power
you guys come up with some new changes
change.
that you go do after this.
If you
too, so-
don't like what she offers this expansion,
Well, you're
hopefully
very
she'll
good
have
at,
the power
coming
of
and
your
getting us to
favorite
make
unique item in the
a
next.
few last minute changes beforehand.
With
I
this
like it,
expansion,
actually.
we are aiming to liven up the endgame.
I get to do what I want.
to the app variant.
I think
to stop
the last thing was the Hive fortresses in
weakened
Breach.
the
They were
already strained and
initially
tattered
fun,
edges
but
of
they
its
definitely
reality.
became
To
worse over
explain
time.
how
I think
this
just like a lack of variety. They
a
got
bit of
quite
path
time
of
consuming, and then some
the
issues
shaper
with difficulty and reward scaling.
regions on the
where,
atlas
like, you couldn't
that
quite
affected
scale them
feel
up
more
all
like a
that much
physically
ultimately.
completed
I think
maps.
like they scale with map
However,
modes, but I guess a lot of
one
PoE1's scaling
specific
power now
maps,
comes from like
in order
scarabs
to
and
manipulate that
atlas
manifest
passes and stuff,
physics
so they didn't really get that.
from specific areas.
I actually don't know if any
이제
specific
지도가
changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't.
지도로
been.
드랍하는 게 아니고 티어로
There's only
드랍을 하죠.
one, which is the juicing
As an
buttons.
example,
Yeah, there's a whole.
Oh, yeah, sure.
The main
instead
thing
of having a Mesa map, you will now find
Scarabs and Atlas passes.
and select
Related
Mesa
to,
on
you know,
가고
the
싶은
Keeper's
지도에
material.
클릭해서 넣으면 되나요?
Atlas.
And
Put in your
those
map
abilities
item,
will apply to
click
your hive
activate,
fortresses,
and you
so you can get
that
things like
device,
the Enrage the
which
Swarm
will default to
buttons,
the last map
which
run.
I don't know
You
how
can
many
then
skills you get
immediately
over the course
return
of
to
a
your
hive
map
encounter,
device,
but if you click
choose
the
a
Enrage
new
the
map.
Swarm button every time,
가장
I really
마지막으로
hope you have a
열었던
good build.
지도가 열리게 되고
Yeah, so I think it is all most like
To use it
primarily
all.
tangential changes like Atlas Tree.
Who
and
enjoys
systems
chaining
like
the
that
same
now
map
that they're
over
core, as
and
opposed
over,
to
or the
baseline
type of player who
changes,
prefers to
but,
jump around.
not
It is
entirely sure. You
equally
never know.
easy to
Andrew
do
might,
either
again,
strategy
could be saying right
or
now,
even
so.
switch between them at a
Well,
moment's
see,
notice.
but it should, you know,
Hoping to eventually
when
get a
these things go
headhunt,
core
please
and now
swap
you
to your
have an
boss farming
and now
Atlas
you
tree
have a
and
set of
spam
scarabs
Mesa for
and,
peak boss killing
things
efficiency.
generally get a little bit crazy
Up
with
until
them, and
now,
you can have a lot of agency and choice.
or
and,
doing a whole
it gives
bunch.
us now way
If you
more
haven't
tools
played
to
in a
be
while,
able to give
here's a
players
look at it
choice so
before
that if someone likes
and
it one
after.
way or the other, we can add that, and so if they're not right, we'll make them right by adding different things and interactions and stuff. It's part of the benefit of the Atlas tree and the Scarab system. That we get to do that with pretty much everything. We get to have 5 different ways of playing every
포식자
league. You know,
총주교가 하나로 합쳐졌네요.
and that's awesome.
I'm already excited to if it goes core. Which is not a decision
총포가
we'll make
하나로
for a while,
합쳐지고
but, you know, come up with
레이븐
Atlas passives for Mirage or Scarabs for Mirage.
You're already starting to think about what
오버
you can
엘더
do.
있고
Yeah,
기억
it's
Got stuff in
지도겠죠?
my back pocket.
Okay, cool.
Half the size and do something,
공화석이
double the
그렇게
size and
되는군요.
do something.
총포가 하나로 합쳐진
This is a Warpro because I'm realizing we just haven't even like.
You will
talked about
now
the
begin
core
at the
endgame.
center.
It's like, yeah, you guys redid the album.
In
Yeah,
addition-
we haven't got to that yet.
So you
we
can
put a
see
lot in this
everything
one.
available in the end game as you reveal the fog of
The
war.
change to map, I call it that because it's just
This
like it's
also
not
means
Dream
that
Map anymore,
all
it's just
unique
map.
time.
Just kind of made me giggle. the
Don't
first time
worry,
I see
though.
it. So,
One at
what's,
given
I mean, the quality
you-
of life around this for one.
These
I
have
like
been
that you
moved
led with
in-
that as part of the showcases.
일반
Like,
지도는
here's all the quality of life bonuses.
100개만
that this
깨면
means.
되고
Oh, yes.
고유 지도는 10개만 깨면 되고
It's a pretty big
17T
deal.
지도
I know
하나씩
that
도는
there's
거
this immediate,
있네요.
even
방송지도.
internally, like you have this like, yeah,
그럼
this is what
레이븐의
we're doing.
초대
People are like,
퀘스트 다 하면
what?
되고
Hold on, there's like a shock factor. Like, wait. But then you get to explain, like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take
피나클
out,
보스를
I like to
다
call it,
잡으라고
because
하네요.
you no longer need this and this
오,
and this
잠깐만.
to achieve these different goals. So like, it
138
simplifies
개예요?
things down in a
아틀라스
really good
패치로가?
way from a UX standpoint.
원래 135개
and also
아니었어요?
a trade standpoint.
Yeah.
You know, and from completing your Atlas standpoint, like all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3. You know, for example, you don't need
132
traded maps
개네.
anymore.
Yeah.
A lot of
Well, then
what was
before.
special about Kirax missions or good about Kirax missions was
아틀라스
helping you complete
패시브가
Atlas. That's now
6개 더
redundant.
늘어났네요.
It's
Yeah,
gone.
you get to trim so much fat. Like,
It's gone,
you
by
don't
the
have
way.
to
There's no-
Harbinger orbs.
Yep.
You got rid of chisels at the same
맞죠?
time as well.
110
Finally.
Just base
126.
chisels, just base chisels, by the way.
138.
Maven's chisel still exists
Due
for
to Zana's
clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were just so much. They were just like pointless busy work. I always felt that way. I was like, stupid chisels, I hate them.
You do get bonus quantity in your maps based on the completion of your Atlas. So by the time you fully
Yes.
complete your Atlas,
Yes.
you have actually slightly more quantity than what chisels would have previously provided.
Yeah, I know you gotta like make sure they're like, oh, it's all right, guys. We didn't take that 20% away from you.
That's 25 now.
아비스
Well,
블라이트
and of
퍼드런트는
course,
뭔지 모르겠네.
you know, there's Voidstone mods which apply
빨리
to the whole
바뀌었다고
Atlas. You've
얘기한 것
got,
같은데요?
I mean, the whole Egan system.
yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
and you got more Atlas passive points than before. You know, so it's lots of
I
like
think
you
7 or
know,
8 more.
it's so nice to be able to get rid of like it. There's this thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the app map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map, just being and rolling that map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being
It's
able
like
to
3 clicks instead of I got
Yeah.
2 dozen. So
and then being able to, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player, I think you are too, who likes to run. I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having, sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons why I'm really excited for the whole Egan system, because it's like, ooh, now I know I'm going to run these 7 maps, and that'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing juice as I do so. I don't know. I was going to then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff, but I feel like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No, there's no Elder Ring management.
You have to make the Elder eat the shape of blob. Not fully. You have to make sure it stays alive.
No.
Egan now has a new goal. You just currently shaped
the loop here is you put the blob
in that
we have a
quadrant,
better name than blob
affecting
now,
many of the
that is
maps
internal
within
name.
it.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the Atlas, then you run the maps in the blob.
Whoa,
There's no
whoa,
like,
whoa.
ooh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that
탈주
it's doing
빼자요?
the exact right thing, and if I run the wrong map, then it's all ruined, and I have to spend 7 hours fixing it. No,
Because you can just take
There
your
are
map and
many
just
different
plot-
kinds of
you can just do
astrolabes,
them, right? Like,
and they
have to be
apply
like,
different
I don't have
types
maps
of
to do
shape
this
to
on the
regions.
board.
Oh yeah,
Which
you
is
just have,
amazing.
you just
That
have the
was-
map
have
item.
That was
an
really
additional
original.
abyss.
And that is
Obviously.
also to be
A
clear.
blighted region.
You can still go wherever you have freedom of choice to pick whatever
Upon
map it is
doing
you want
so,
to run. Like you use the map
이쪽이
item on Mesa,
맛있겠는데요?
do it.
탈출
You use the
배자-
map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
다시 돌아온 것
Even with the
같은데.
keystone, so like, you don't want to
Every
do different
other
maps on
map
the blob, you
remaining
can
in the
still do
shaped
the blob,
region
just do it
will gain an
randomly.
additional modifier.
So I guess
This
to get
means
into
as you
those
progress
weeds
through the
is,
shaped region,
so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, map
지도를
line of 7 maps.
계속해서
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3.
Then
each you
right?
run will become
One
more
of them will
and
be
more
뛸 수
removed.
있고
dies.
And so
Once
you
you
can
have
more
successfully
quickly
rid the
clear
Atlas of the
blob
shape,
off
there
your
are
Atlas
powerful
if you just
rewards
care
to be
about the
had.
Templar Vault
The items are
reward.
yours
So
for the
you get a
print
little
on
bit
the
less juice
Atlas.
if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes. Oh, that's
So you're
really
able
cool.
to
you have
target
this,
a
like, sort
certain
of
vault
tension,
if
this
you're wanting to
push-pull
try get a
between, do I want to
specific
get the
cons
maximum
vault.
amount of value
Where
out
you'll
of my
be re-
astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly
One
as
such
possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and
Vault
shrink
is-
it into the one
Yeah.
last map, it'll be a super juice map.
It'll be
Or
very
you
The
just
juicy.
cut it in
Archon-
half a couple times,
or
and then you
the Zealot's
rush
vault.
to the end scenario.
Which the
To acquire
main motivation
valuable
behind that
currency
decision
items.
is it means that every astrolabe has a sort of minimum
This new
value.
shaped region
Okay.
Like, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight Astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I
Oh,
can
no,
buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, do like 2 or 3
Right,
blights
yeah,
and 2 or 3
yeah.
maps to get to the vault and get that
이거
reward.
찍으면
Yes, it's like those subtle
같은
tactics.
지도
Yeah.
계속 돌아서
Non-annoying. Like this would be annoying if you had to like trace down the specific maps
옵션을
and like
중첩시킬 수
micromanage it
있군요.
and it
I
was
think
moving
what's-
around on you.
This is something
이거
I haven't
무조건
explicitly
찍어야
discussed
되겠네.
with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me. But I think
Agent
what's really
system is
important
one that
about
promotes
these
running
Atlas
many different
sort of
maps.
effects,
But for
I
players
guess,
that
these
want to
geographical
engage with this
events,
new
is that
system,
they're
while still
transient.
wanting to run the
Like,
same map
you don't
over and
want
over
something
again,
that is something you're
to
gonna have
mention some
manage
handy
for
tips,
basically
the
indefinitely. You want
Atlas
something that you
defaults to your
engage with, it has
previously
an
run
end,
map.
It's
then you
just
go
So
again.
running the same map over and over
This is a really
is
good
as few
system for
clicks
making
pick
short to
maps
midterm goals.
or map fragments in your inventory to
Yeah.
automatically.
It achieves
You
that
can
goal very
right-click-
well, so yeah, good.
그냥 클릭하면 그 지도가 있는 대로
Just
Unique
by
map
the way,
with the map or
his blight
requires
thing was a
multiple
hypothetical.
items.
I know people.
Sure,
The
I have
fragments
no
to
idea
access
what
that in your
players will
inventory.
think
It will,
of,
that's the
whether-
core
I
of the
don't-
new
there will
us
be
through
an astrolabe
streamlining
that
the
is the
mapping
cheapest one, right?
experience,
I don't know
doing
which one it
look
is.
at
made
you
a
and
summary,
stirring the corner of my
moved
eye,
card
blight
content,
nerf,
and
I was
loot
like,
here.
no. Wait,
It's been compensated.
Right, there might be a blight.
truth to every
There might be a blight.
아틀라스 패시브를 100개를 모으면
There might be a blight
퀀티티가
nerf,
25%
but,
늘어나는군요.
I don't know.
For
If
in
Andrew was
other
here, he would
places.
know.
I mean, I had a question.
The
for
loss of
later. It's just like
cartographer's
why is the big
chisels
buddy in
and
Maggie
map device
was,
crafts
looking at that
entirely.
at some point?
You're not wrong.
Yep.
yes, but it's
네.
just a
Removed
limitation of
cartographer's.
that's what happens
received
when you
adjustment.
spawn that many things.
We've removed
You just get
cartographer's
too many
chisels
things
and
guess
map
what?
device crafts
Nothing can handle
entirely.
that. So, but that's the kind of thing where it's like, no, they're going to remove half the
지도
stuff, and it's like,
장치
that's part of the
선택하는
fun,
거
and,
없애고
but yeah, like, look, if
I mean, you had a blight ravage map, so you obviously don't.
지도 제작자의 끈을 없앴다고 하네요.
there's a little bit of crazy shit, but
그러면
like, the answer
수학-
might end up being like, less objects, but objects are more
합충성
valuable.
어떻게 쓰는
Stuff
거지?
like that. It's just a matter of
그것도 아예 바뀌겠네요.
that's a performance optimization issue
지도 장치를
more so
없앴대요.
than a balance problem in this regard.
The loss
Not
of
to say
content and
there
loot
isn't
here
also a
has
balance
been
problem. There
compensated
might,
for in other special global
maybe,
bonus.
But the goal primarily there is just to make the performance not such a horrendousness. And the only real way to do that is to reduce the amount of things being spawned and increase the value of those things to then compensate so that it isn't necessarily a nerf.
While socketed on your Atlas.
It's like not a...
including adding the new originator.
Often there's like it's an
이거 뭐야?
engine thing, or like there's a
공허지도-
backend performance thing you can do.
발소리도 뭐야, 이거?
Yeah, and maybe there is something you can optimize here, but honestly, this one
It
is
avoids
just a
stone,
straight up like
which
what-
enables
they're
specific
they're
acts
going
in the
like, what do you
negatively
expect
being
to happen?
removed. So being
this many things.
the
on
bosses have been
screen at
kept
one
around,
time, and I'm like,
and they better
I
fulfill their
want all
original
of my
purpose of
frame
being a
rate, and then
gateway
they're
to
like,
target
so
farm
often-
uber pinnacle
often there's
bosses.
like, is it an engine problem? Is it a like
The most annoying modifiers on
programming
originator
optimization
maps
issue on the
have
more,
been
like, back-end
removed
instance,
or replaced.
And then it's like, yeah, often sometimes it's just the game designers need to calm down.
Need to be a little more disciplined.
Yes.
No more getting turned into a
217s,
slug
I know you
for
had a
simply
personal
using
gripe
skills.
Or issue with those,
And
as you were like,
동작 속도 감소랑 3초 사라지고 기억 지도에서 나이트메어 지도에서는 남아있겠죠? 17T 지도에서는
No more will you be. And originator maps have been removed.
Pretty much, they're pretty much gone.
Plus,
There's this
we'll
new
now
Nightmare
drop an
Maps
itemized-
system that seems to be tackling a lot of the issues with that. So can you kind of like explain how that works? Then?
Well, one of the
Version of
goals
that
with
3.
we've done a lot of little changes. Well, some of them bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like
Allowing you to save it for
simultaneously
later.
there's access to Uber bosses
Will
and also
now
just
drop
the absolute
memory
best pinnacle thing
tiers,
you have to be doing
instead
this if
of
you want to be
adding a
competitive in
memory
the
thread to your
economy, right?
Atlas,
Because there's
will now
4 or
drop an
5
itemized
layouts for
version of that
T17 maps,
thread,
and
Yeah,
allowing you to
restricted.
save it
your
for later
in-game choices
or
are
trade it
there's
at
5
your
different
leisure.
maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than
We've
the others.
added
or
generate
maybe
some
one of them
truly
is, and so it
ultimate
just feels like-
one-on-one fight.
Exactly.
The Anarchy Scarab is
So-
empowered by
sure.
every type of wildwood wisp,
and
possessed by a
so
tormented spirit,
One of the things right
augmented
off
with
the
rare
bat
monster
is
modifiers,
I believe they now share the same mod pool as
Scarab
Originator
of
maps,
Resurgence,
correct?
which now,
Yes.
I'm
Now
90%
called
confident
Yes,
on
they
that.
which
do.
now
helps bring
grants
them
a
in line with Originator maps.
on average will drop
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the Atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new Nightmare maps. You are going to be running Originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And yeah, you're
Twice as
choosing
many
between the
divination
two,
cards.
actually, yeah.
But which
go ahead.
ones can
the
drop
result,
will be a
ultimately,
mystery.
they're still decent
Touch shipping.
to run.
Ops.
You know, they're not like just ultra
Swap
trash.
the rewards given by
However,
sending ore
they're more
and
towards
crops.
the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting
I
the
wonder
boss
what this
keys.
new
That was
port
the
will
idea,
send
right,
back,
to make
or
them an
art
access
shipping.
gate for
Such
And
as
they're more deterministic
we've
in that
swapped
regard
the
as well.
rewards
Each of
given
the
by
individual
sending
Nightmare
ore
maps is
and
associated
crops.
with particular Uber boss fragments.
방석과
So that's kind
작물의
of to help give them more identity
보상을
in that direction
바꿨다는 거
of it's
같죠?
the
둘이.
access point to an Uber boss.
Yep.
그럼 광석을
It should be-
보내야
It's definitely just much easier now if you want a
화폐를 준다는
specific
거죠?
Uber
We've
boss
swapped
to
그러네.
go and kill that
광석들만
specific Uber boss,
보내서
because you
화폐가
have
the
the nightmare
rewards given
key
by
is-
sending ore and crops.
It's a lot of keywords. It's like keywords, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item.
wonder
so to
what this
speak.
new
You can run
port will
any
send
of
back.
them, and then each of them
새로운
generally are
한거가
better at
생겼네요.
target farming a certain pinnacle. So. You know, choice is up to you, and they don't
Ports
have that.
will now
Like, this
give
is the best
reroll
juice in the
to
game
them.
If they're not
problem,
specific
that
tattoos
they were,
and
which is
rune
what was
graft.
happening before, and so
mean-
you know.
They were a bit of
Life
a chaos
loss.
sink before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of
We're concerned on chaos on a couple levels.
기억
One is
공허석이
that, and
생겼고,
the second
이거는
is, you know, with no correct.
As mentioned earlier,
you know, there's
across
chaos
the
links, so.
Vacant
But as we said,
총포
long been a
공허석이
keystone
하나로
investment
합쳐져서
and with the
우리가
with the
하나로.
whole ground drops, and so.
But there's
you know,
existed a
I
gulf
suspect
between the more
what we'll
interesting
end up looking
ones,
like is we will
such as
be
Awakened Spell
increasing
Cascade,
other
which
currencies
has-
over
저희는-
chaos, not the bad
Yeah.
ones, other good currencies over chaos more, so that we don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos. But I can see a world where yes, there's going to be a like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I'm like I have a decently high level of certainty unless I'm missing something here that without those two sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value out of
you go.
chaos for sure.
yeah, divest your chaos portfolio now based on Alex
yeah.
comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual
Surely,
early
right?
price
Like,
of
it will.
chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to economies,
well.
feels over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
GCP's the
Maybe.
trade currency.
One thing, since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot of mechanics that are capable of doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, settlers settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh
haven't
yeah,
you?
for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident.
Yeah.
Generally,
Yeah.
and if it isn't, would
The point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here
기억
for it.
지도가
Absolutely.
메인이
Yeah,
될
sure.
수도
Chiseling
있겠네요.
maps isn't fun.
이번에는
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and
나이트메어
memory maps
지도
on the other end of things
그렇게
have these
크지 않을
weird
것
pedal
같아서.
powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean,
It's
they're
like-
gone. Some of the benefits they caused are now on the alters at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory strands.
Yeah, we were going through this the other day.
yeah.
Like memory thread, strand, fragments,
Strands, I think,
lines,
are the thing
memory
of the
lines,
items.
memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I
as
can't
well.
remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as alter enhancements, and so the alters are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
the
They're
memory
annoying.
threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's story and kill the bosses to help Zana,
This is a problem.
or to
This is a
follow
problem.
Zana, the memory lines things. Those are itemized now, and you can thus trade them to other players. You can save them to use for later. You know,
Yeah,
there was
you don't-
previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running your normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh no,
Yeah.
Buy them, you can sell them, you can
Great.
farm a specific one, you
Awesome.
yeah.
And
Just better.
that means it's also not like, because there's this whole thing where it was like a weird thing. I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device.
Yeah,
in the
it-
guy.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now, rather
Yeah.
than just
It's
a
all,
thing.
it's all the one thing, and yeah, you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. Just yeah, I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on that one, then we have a few extra just random unsorted questions.
Okay.
I actually I don't normally include a ruthless question. Sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
It's the idea was if that with ruthless really what a lot of what ruthless is a it's meant to mean that you don't have the whole items on the ground that don't really matter.
Yeah. That was the vision.
And so the idea was like if you have to use one, then we've failed. That being said, I don't think that those I would be okay with enabling this, and I'll talk about it. And the idea really is that what I think loot filters can do very, very well. Well, I don't think that whether or not a player wants to hide an item, we should make them not want to hide the item in the filter. Like that's the failure, not no, we're going to make you unable to hide items. So if we're
not the
succeeding in that
answer. You
regard,
don't need that answer
then
then, right?
ideally when they're making the filter, they wouldn't have any hide lines, right? That's us doing it right. So the fact that there are items wanting to be hidden isn't doing it right. But more so, the thing the filter does really, really, really well is improve, the formatting, highlighting, what's important, escalating levels of what's
Dopamine
important,
levels, yeah.
all of that stuff very, very well. And as I'm saying, these things don't have to be at odds with one another. Like you can do the drops right and still have filters.
Yeah.
I think me from 2 years ago wouldn't have given the same answer to that, by the way. I certainly, it is a philosophy I've changed. Like,
Nice.
I might have even been me that said, no filters and ruthless. I don't remember. So, like, I'm certainly okay with it. And I think if that point where people are going, oh, I'm going to hide all this and this and this, then we need to be doing more work on the item system in that regard. And which is a universal thing. That's not ruthless specific, right? As I said, if everyone's hiding all the rare items, then we're failing on rare items. That's a problem. However, you know, well, and that applies to a bunch of things in the game. It's like, why are we dropping so many items if the general is no one wants it? Now, obviously, some people might not, and that's where that comes into play. But end of the day, I would expect it to be. I don't want to have a specific philosophy there, because I think that at the end of the day, if we're like, we don't want you to be able to hide items, that's our fault for making you want to hide items. That's not your fault. So you shouldn't have to have a bunch of stuff on your screen that you don't want because of that failure of ours. So.
On the random questions, so you can't pause on the options menu, but you can pause if you open the passive screen first. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is there no like dedicated pause button? You have to open.
There was a specific.
We are implementing that.
Great.
It's meant to be you can pause, do whatever you want, and then unpause at your leisure. Not to say that the passive tree won't still pause, because full screen interfaces will still pause, but there was a specific options thing where, it was honestly weird when you had like a panel that's just left aligned, like pausing you in the options. I know some people want it, but then also on the other hand, like having your game paused and then you're changing kind of graphic settings also kind of gives you this thing where you're like, or when you're changing certain options, you then can't appreciate the changes. But ultimately, the real answer is implement this pausing system properly. For both games, mind you, and it's on our current queue.
Okay, great.
So which game gets it first, and then the other game will get it is kind of honestly the race condition at this point.
I've got a couple rapid fire ones. How does Reliquarian work with combination with actual uniques? Has that been like tested, like Widow Hail, for example?
Anywhere where a stat isn't purely Boolean, it should function.
So if it looks like it can stack, it should start.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's for you guys to figure out.
100%.
Oh yeah, that's our responsibility.
That's their problem.
100% increased and 100% increased. You got 200% increased. Yep.
Yeah, great. With the change making fossils only come from Delve, can synthesis maps be the source of synth items again?
I mean, can. We'd have to look into that.
Sounds like it hasn't been considered yet.
I'd have to look into that.
I'm not against it. It's not. It's at this point of the week to go, it's unlikely to be something that makes it into 328. But that is a very good question.
Yeah. Cool. It has been. It has been seed. The seed has been planted.
Yeah, it's in there now.
I have my personal quality of life question here. So, like, I'm just going to ask this in a very certain way here. Like, could we just have like a tiny little area where we can pick up just only the exact same specific currency types, just like shards, life force, splinters, just stuff where there's no decision making. I know, because you want to make decisions about what items you're picking up and what items you're not picking up. It's part of the gameplay, I understand that. So just items that have no decision making, where you're gonna pick them all up anyway. It's just about reducing the number of clips. And I know you want a bit of a weight to them. Hold on. You want a little bit of a weight. You want a satisfying experience in picking those up, right? That's really meaningful. I understand. I feel that. I believe that. But I think like something is diminished and lost when you have to click 8 times to pick up that light force, and you like misclick and your character walks out of the way and stuff like that. What if when you pick it up, it goes, oh, so satisfying. It just gets slurped into your character with this cool like animation or something like that. What about something like that?
I was going to say I would sooner merge them on the floor before doing that.
That was my follow-up question. Since I know we can't have that, it's written on the page. Since I know we can't have that, is there any thoughts on better shard stacking?
But look, honestly, that's I'll tell you what, I'll bring that up again today. But without being able to have a good yarn with Jonathan on that one, we're not. It wouldn't even matter.
Scripted encounter.
When you have things like, well, there are certain levels of philosophical things that are obviously from the ancient times, as I now call them. Since while we were talking about 27 expansions ago, and there's things that are probably 27 before that. There are these things that you can't just make up on the spot for sure.
Yeah.
I'll bring. You come upstairs and bring it up.
Okay.
And then we'll see where it goes. And then you can be the hero.
I'll do it.
Or the villain. No, I'll be the villain. You be the hero. But we'll go up and discuss it afterwards.
I'm just trying to get a little tiny, just a little foot in the door here. Maybe just like plant the seed. Maybe just
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Now, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and we'll see where it goes.
All right. That's what
I'm going to say there's a low chance on that changing, by the way.
I'm still going to plant the seed because, I didn't ever think asynchronous trade would happen. Or
I don't want to ruin your
so.
hopes, but yeah, I'd say low.
know.
But yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? It's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a good chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things. And
Gonna do it again?
I would like to.
Yes, you are doing it.
You are doing it again. This is not
You're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully we get Andrew on here next time.
Bigger couch. Be back next time for a bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
You just
need
keep
to go
doing
to
that
the
every
bathroom
time until
afterwards.
half the company is here.
Yeah.
It really, yes. All right. Thank you very much, folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps. Appreciate it, everyone.
끝났군요. 패치노트까지 25분 남았네요. 이번 리그는 진짜 꽤 재밌을 것 같은데요? 변화점이 엄청 많아가지고 즐길 거리가 와... 일단 아틀라스 패시브부터가
The already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas, we first want to establish some context.
이게 말이 안 돼요. 총포가 공허석 하나로 합쳐진 것도 그렇고 태초자 공허석 들어왔고 여기서
affecting many of the maps within it.
태초자 지도를 만들 수 있고 여기 보면 탈주 유배자를 추가시킬 수 있죠. 랜덤 속성으로. 그리고 이런 것들이 모이면
Relevant mechanic getting more
여기처럼 엄청나게 많은 옵션들을 붙일 수가 있고 또 굳이 이 다른 지도들을 돌 필요 없이 아틀라스 패시브의 이 왕노드만 찍으면 한 지도 계속 돌아도 그 옵션들을 다 붙여서 돌 수 있는 거죠. 그리고 이 갑중석 때문에 엄청 센 탈주 유배자를 2마리 더 붙일 수 있고
affected by a short
속성이 미쳤던데요. 일단 생기 강화 3개 다 돼 있고 사로잡혀 있고 속성 2개에다가 여기에 속성 추가하고 무리 규모까지 땡기면 와 진짜 괴물인 탈주 유배자 나오겠는데요? 탈주 유배자가 진짜 재밌어 보입니다. 탈주 유배자랑 균열 균열 관련 여기 있다. 폭발 범위를 늘려서 벽을 빨리 없앨 수 있고, 그리고 균열의 모습을 선택할 수가 있죠. 불완전한 균열, 옛날 균열로 항상 나오게 할 수 있고, 하이브로
Stones
항상
that
나오게
allow
할
you
수
to
있고,
block hive encounters. Although this is a core lead, at all, priority of there's others, if you want.
하이브로 항상 나오게 할 수 있고, 옛날 균열로
Now that
만들고,
this is a
균열 갑충석 쓰고, 균열 개수 늘리는 거죠, 이게. 균열 추가 2개의 갑충석도 있죠. 여기 보면 균열 2개 추가 등장, 한도 2개짜리. 이거에다 저거 하면 6개까지 등장할 수 있고, 그 무리 규모 땡기고 어떻게 하면은 균열도 굉장히 맛있는 파밍법이 되지 않을까. 화살통, 연쇄 가능. 음. 신성한 망치가 좋아 보였는데 공격 피해가 꽤 낮네요. 철퇴, 셉터 또는 지팡이가 필요합니다. 신성한 망치의 명중은 회피할 수 없습니다. 휩쓸기 이거 뭐예요? 정확도 챙길 필요도 없고 공격 피해도 높고 범위가 많이 좁아 보이던데.
Exploding. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment. Sweep is an old skill.
이거잖아요, 휩쓸기.
In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago. It's been long overdue and reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your
휩쓸기 하면 주변 적들의 범위 피해를 주는 거를 떨구고
physical damage to lightning with shiny new effects.
반경이 꽤 넓은데요? 이거 좋아 보인다.
To match.
그런가?
Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage
공격 피해 440이면 일단 지면 분쇄보다 세잖아요. 393. 근데 이걸로 보면 안 되나? 또 뭔가 다른 게 있으려나요? 망치로 주는 피해 감폭. 음. 시간 속 정지라는 게 뭐예요? 처음 나온 거죠. 저게 뭐지? 재사용되기 시간을 무시한다거나 그런 건가? 그런 건 아니겠죠? 등급 지도고 안 돌았던 지도를 그냥 등급 지도로 들어갈 수 있고 엔드게임이 많이 개편돼서 총포론 달리는 건 의미가 없겠다. 뭐 잘 똑같긴 하겠지만요. 그래도 그것보다는 액트 10 한두 번 돌아봐야 되겠네요. 퀀티티, 팩 사이즈, 템플러 건축기 이거를 많이 쓰게 되지 않을까. 소모 및 점유 배율이 줄고 잼 레벨, 잼 퀄리티를 증가시키고 함성에 쓸 수도 있으려나? 깃발 점을 배울 1000%예요? 와우. 이거 처음 봐요. 무작위 징표를 유발하는 징표 찍힌 시대 여러 개 등장. 처음 보는 옵션이네요. 뭐 중요하지 않죠. (1에서 15등급) 지도가 1등급 높게 떨어지고 1에서 15등급 지도가 골드로 전환이 되고 영향력을 보유합니다. 저기 있었어요 원래? 패치노트 네 아직 안 나왔습니다. 영향력 지도를 떨군다네요. 그러면 태초자 공허석은 태초자 지도 25% 떨굴 거고 아, 뭐 여러 개 있겠죠? 총포 공허석이 하나로 합쳐진 게 좀 충격이네요. 총포 공허석이 하나로 합쳐진 게 치즈 고양이님 어서오세요. 메이븐 공허석이고 여기가 오버엘더고 얘가 태초자 공허석이죠. 아마 카드 편의성 줬으니까 금고 너프하고 역병 좋았으니까 역병 너프하고 탈주 유배자 살아날 것 같아요. 탈주 유배자 새로운 갑충석이 나오기도 했고요. 그리고
Move the shaped
여기서 보면
label on a map on the atlas. A shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant, affecting many of the maps within it.
탈주 유배자 옵션이 붙는단 말이에요. 이거를 리롤을 시킬 수 있나를 확인할 수 있으면 게임하면서 탈주 유배자 수량 뭐 희귀도 이렇게 챙겨가지고 유배자 파밍도 재밌어 보여요. 갑청석이 어떻게 바뀌는지 봐야죠. 일단은 지도장치 끌이랑 그 지도장치 선택하는 게 사라졌다고 하니까요. 아마 강화 지도장치 같은 것들이 갑청석들이 싹 바뀔 거고, 그리고 아틀라스 패시브가 6개 더 늘었어요. 음, 어디 있을까나. 여기다. 138개. 아, 맞아요. 그 키스톤 무조건 찍어야 됩니다. 이거죠. 하나 지도를 클리어하면 다른 지도를 클리어한 걸로 간주하는. 지금 돌고 있는 지도는 클리어한 게 아니고. 이거 위치가 어떻게 되는지도 확인해야죠. 그게 제일 중요할 것 같기도 합니다. 그래서 6포인트를 더 준 게 아닌가 싶기도 하고요. 위치가 좀 쓰레기일 수도 있지 않을까. 새로운 컨텐츠요. 제일 큰 건 이거고요. 이걸 한글로 뭐라 그러죠? 형성된 지역, 관측기. 이걸로 지도를 새롭게 만들어서 여러 가지 옵션들을 하나하나 붙는데, 그거를 스태킹 할 수 있어요. 옵션을 낄 때마다
With the relevant mechanic getting
하나씩 붙고, 지도를 깨면 마지막 지도는 이렇게 옵션이 스태킹이 돼요. 근데 이 관측기를 한 번만 쓰는 게 아니고 좋은 옵션이 나올 때까지 돌릴 수 있으면 그러면 좀 맛있는 지도로 만들 수 있지 않을까 생각이 들기도 하고요. 잠깐만. 크래프팅 벤치 레시피가 있는데요? 저거 뭐임? 컨버전. 아, 그냥 보여주는 건가? 아, 그러네. 보너스. 네, 아무것도 아니고요. 맞아요. 관측기 가격도 비싸지겠죠? 그리고 중요한 거면 이것도 크죠.
or
지도가 이제 지역, 등급 지역 따로가 아니라 등급만으로 뜨고 그냥 넣어서 들어가면 된다. 안 깨진 곳에 클릭해서 등급지도 넣고 활성화하면 된다. 이게 진짜 간편해졌죠? 그리고 이 아틀라스 패시브 100개를 다 깨면 어디서 확인할 수 있을까? 25% 퀀티가 증가해요. 여기 나올라나?
we've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for.
그래서 아틀라스 패시브는 뭐 어차피 다 모으는 거지만 좀 중요해졌죠. 끌이 사라지고 지도끌 사라지고 지도장치 사라지고 이런 식으로 퀀티를 붙여버렸습니다. 같은 지도로도 가능하죠. 지역이 완전히 사라져서 그냥 계속 같은 지도 가고 싶으면 그 지도 클릭해서 계속 들어가면 돼요. 아, 맞아요. 패시브 리워크가 됐을지 그것도 확인해 봐야 됩니다. 그게 뜰지 모르겠네요. 패치노트에 아틀라스 패시브 관련 보여줄지. 그리고 이거 중요하죠. 동작 속도 감소랑 3초가 기억 지도에서 완전히 사라졌습니다. 야, 이것만 해도 진짜 개꿀. 그리고 17T 지도가 악몽 지도로 바뀌어서 패치노트 떴대요. 익상 방열 덮었고요. 그 키네틱 트랜스피규어 재미없고 버그 픽스. 키네틱 풀사이드 안 건드렸네요. 키네틱 풀실레이드. 그리고 위치 그 갑자기 어센이 기억이 안 남. 엘리멘탈리스트. 리즈 오브 프로모디얼 노터블이 이제 골렘 효과 50% 증가가 사라졌대요. 너프가 꽤 심한 것 같은데요. 이거밖에 없네요. 전령은 살아있네. 사보추어. 또 별거 없고. 어쌔신은 버프를 먹었네요. 기회주의적이 이제 치명타 반사 피해 없는 게 아니라 그냥 피해가 반사 피해가 없대요. 오, 어쌔도 꿀이네요. 치프티는 히네코라를 왜 버프를 했죠? 500%요? 10% 찬스에? 예? 그러네. 500에서 250%가 된 거군요. 꽤 큰 너프네요. 저런. 음... 워든. 야생의 아바타가 언바운드 된 동안 100% 모어 데미지. 자동 전력이 만화 점유가 20%로 늘었네요. 모든 강화 보조잼을 얻을 수 없게 만들고 각계몽이랑 각 향상, 각 강화를 뺀 계몽 강화 향상 빼고 강화 보조는 안 나온다고 합니다. 속락 너프 됐어요? 속락 너프 됐어요? 그러네. 펄스가 30%에서 20%가 됐네요. 음, 여긴 중요하지 않을 거고 컨텐트 네 추가했다는 거고 약간 감소했다. 태초자의 영향을 받은 그리고 악몽 지도의 수정자를 몰 커런시랑 몰 스크래블 기억 지도랑 17T 커런시랑 갑충석 수치를 감소시켰네요. 다른 쪽에서 붙으니까 뭐 그럴만하죠. 메이븐 치슬 20 퀄리티에서 갑충석 50% 증가로 너프했네요. 100% 증가했는데 다 반토막 났네. 기기도 뭐 아무도 안 쓰니까요. 잠깐만. 지도 제작자의 끌이 없잖아요. 그러면 얘네 중에 하나를 무조건 쓴다는 거 아니에요? 메이븐 시절 중에 메이븐 글 중에 하나를 발라야 좋은 거잖아요. 지도 제작자 글이 없으니. 기본적으로 희귀도 글을 모르겠다. 넘어가요. 어? 웨이트. 이거. 분별 갑충석의 효력이 감소했다. 라네요. 효율이 감소했다? 분별 금고 너프, 블라이트 너프, 어? 아나키스카랩이 이제 로그 액자일을 5명 추가한대요. 4명에서. 좋아요. 탈주 유배자 버프 먹었고. 매복 스카랩이 금고를 3개에서 4개로 버프를 먹었네요. 분별이 너프를 먹어서 애매하고. 음... 처음부터 읽자. 챌린지 얘기 있고, 잼 얘기 알고 있고, 사이언 어센던시 얘기가 그냥 이렇게만 나와있네. 쭉 읽어보죠. 밑에 있을지도. 새로운 룬이 10개가 추가가 됐고, 새로운 유니크가 13개가 추가가 됐고, 새로운 점수 카드 8개가 추가가 됐고, 화폐 탭에 하부 탭으로 익조릭이 생겼대요. 아, 익조릭이 나눠졌대요. 아틀라스랑 리그로. 상관없고, 고유지도 10개만 깨면 되는 걸로 확인했고, 10개만 깨면 아틀라스 패시브 다 얻는 걸로. 원하는 보상을 얻으려면 4분면 중에 하나를 선택해서 거기만 돌아야 되나 봐요. 근데 보상이 그렇게 좋은 것 같진 않아서 그냥 디바인 하나 주고 고유 아이템 주고 거기에 혹시 평목이 들어가면 얘기가 다르긴 하죠. 강탈처럼 생겨가지고요. 보상 주는 게. 선호지도 시스템은 제거가 됐네요. 어떤 맵이든 이제 그냥 선택해서 들어가면 되니까. 선호지도 그 뭐야 한 열려고 깰 필요 없어졌고 좋아졌고. 공허석을 오버 엘더를 잡지 않아도 쉐이퍼와 엘더를 각각 죽여도 공허석이 떨어진다고 하네요. 이거는 꽤 괜찮네. 쉬워졌네요. 그리고 종주교 포식자를 모두 처치해야 공허석을 받게 되고. 아닌데? 이거 번역이 좀 이상한 거 아니에요? Now obtained from killing boss the shaper and elder. 아, 오버 엘더잖아. It can also still be obtained from defeating over elder. 다른 거예요? 다른 거겠지? 오버 엘더였으면은 오버 엘더라고 얘기를 했겠죠? 그럼 제가 이해한 게 맞겠죠? 쉐이퍼 잡고 엘더 잡으면 공허석 준다. 가 맞겠죠? 아무튼 종주교 포식자 잡아야 공허석 하나 주는 거랑 이제 그 태초자 쪽 보스 잡아야 새로운 공허석 주는 거랑 해초자 퀘스트 라인을 다 해야 아틀라스 패시브를 얻을 수 있겠네요. 그 이 화신을 한 번씩 잡고 공포의 화신을 잡아야 되겠네. 그래요. 그리고 마지막 공허석은 메이븐 잡는 거는 똑같아서 그냥 얘기 안 했나 봐요. 악몽 지도는 17티어 지도인데요. 그냥 지도 조각 얻는 쪽으로만 맞나 봐요. 그래서 어차피 17티어 똑같이 남아있긴 해서 그냥 이름만 바뀐 게 아닌가? 큰 변화를 겪었으며 모르겠네요 이거는. 팩 사이즈랑 희귀도 증가를 보상같이 올렸다고 하네요. 메모리 스트랜드가 드랍되는 아이템은 이제 더 높은 티어 베이스가 된대요. 이게 뭔 소리임? 같은 티어의 베이스 아이템이 아니란 소리예요? 넘어가요. 어차피 뭐 제작할 거 아니니까. 오버보스 잡는 데는 이제 4개의 조각만 필요로 접근할 수 있대요. 오버보스 5개의 조각 넣는 게 아니라 4개만 넣어도 된다고 합니다. 아, 희생 조각, 모탈 조각은 똑같이 갑충석 칸에다가 수량 보너스를 적용시킬 수 있고, 오, 희생과 모탈 조각에 이제 수량 보너스를 명확히 명시한다고 하네요. 어? 되어 있지 않았나? 5% 10%? 모르겠네. 넘어가죠. 엘더 쉐이퍼 정복자는 항상 16티어 맵에서 생성이 됩니다. 오, 기랑 미션 없대요. 기랑 미션 이제 안 준대요. 음, 하긴 지도 등급만으로밖에 없으니까 말을 일은 없는 건가? 네, 아무튼 기랑 미션 안 준다고 합니다. 아, 저 지도 자체가 바뀌어서 그래서 선택지가 없군요. 그냥 티어. 네, 아무튼 넘어가요. 지도글 사라졌고 지도장치 사라졌고 지도글 점수 카드는 비활성화됐고 이게 뭐야? 잠깐만요. 끌은 이제 항상 20% 퀄리티를 어플라이 한다고요? 하나만 쓰면 된다는 거죠? 끌 4개 쓸 필요 없이. 끌이 잘 나오면 싸질 수도 있고 아니면 비싸질 수도 있겠네요. 합충석 쪽 봤었고. 어? 없어진 거 많은데요? 명중시 애슐 제거하는 거 사라지고, 석화조각상 사라지고, 3초 사라지고, 동작 속도 감소 사라지고, 죽음 표식 사라지고. 임페일 사라지고. 범인의 적이 없으면 드라우닝 오브는 더 이상 움직이지 않는데요. 굉장히 좋은데요? 해안지도 사라졌고요. 빙하지도 사라졌고, 독성화수도 사라졌고, 듄 사라진 거예요? 사부지도 사라진 건가? 아, 데저트구나. 듄은 살아있네요. 사부지도에서 많이 돌겠다. 아틀라스 패시브 트리 변경. 와우. 뭔 소리야? 잠깐만요. 비고정 3% 증가. 너의 지도에 사용된 조각마다 비고정 3% 증가? 조각마다? 산을 만드는 아틀라스 패시브는 희귀몬스터 수 10% 증가로 바뀌었네요. 하늘을 만드는 아틀라스 패시브는 마법몬스터 수 10% 증가. 스탠다드 리그의 스트레이트 앤 네로 아틀라스 패시브가 뭐예요? 정도. 윤리감이 나오지 않고 다른 추가 콘텐츠가 증가하는 게 상관없고 금고 백업 캐시 노터블 아틀라스 패시브 금고 백업 캐시 30% 증가잖아. 아, 무자비 리그에서 달랐구나. 상관없네요. 음, 균열 반경 30% 적어졌고 균열은 용막 머드 플랫에서 생성되고 균열 하이브의 벽은 때려서 파괴시킬 수 있대요. 괜찮네. 새로운 화폐인 제시의 살은 유니크를 삿된 버전으로 변형시킬 수 있고 어... 더 이상 이식체가 없고 수용 용량은 10만 개래요. 오, 좋네. 불안정한 균열이 이미 열린 불안정한 균열마다 10% 빨라지며 이미 열린 불안정한 균열마다 난이도와 보상이 증가한다. 균열도 파밍할 만 하겠다. 균열 많아지고 많은 균열마다 난이도와 보상을 증가시키고 괜찮은데요? 어... 파월본 레드드림은 너프를 먹었네요. 최대 생명력 75%에서 50% 증가시키는 거 너프 먹었고 그린드림도 너프 먹었네. 최대 마나 증가하는 거 너프 먹었고 블루드림도 너프 먹고 클로 너프 먹었네요. 지능당 정확도 3% 증가 먹을만 했고 이제 분열의 오브랑 고대 오브가 글로벌로 바뀌었고 엔지니어 합인자 호라이즌 오브는 더 이상 획득할 수 없고 이제 파편 사라졌네요. 파편 사라졌고 합인자 관련 모든 아틀라스 패시브가 제거되고 갑충석도 사라졌네요. 일구를 이제 광석과 저 뭐야 주물 아닌데 광물 이 화폐 아이템 덜그고 작물이 장비 아이템 덜그고 둘이 바뀌었죠? 선호 자원은 항구에서 15,000골드로 리롤할 수 있고 항구는 더 이상 운송 시 특정 통화 유형에 편향되지 않습니다. 그래요. 그러면 이제 작물을 키울 필요가 없네요. 얘네 뽑을 필요 없겠네. 장비 아이템 딱히. 그러면 광석을 캐야 된다는 거잖아요. 광석을 이런 투젠이 더 이상 클러스터 주얼이나 시면 주얼을 판매하지 않습니다. 뭐야. 사로잡힘 계속 쌓아서 잡는 군단은 이제 더 이상 안 되네요. 지능 5당 예술 1% 증가해서 10당 예술 1% 증가가 됐네요. 반토막 났겠네. 템플러라. 만바는 너프를 먹었네요. 음, 후범증, 명중률. 에센티아 상기스 유니크 클로가 꽤 괜찮아졌네요. 번개 피해 플랫 증가랑 매실 증가가 엄청 커졌네. 음. 쉐이퍼 스타치 너프 먹었고 정확도 스태킹은 힘들어지게 너프를 먹었네요. 화폐 아이템이 드랍 아이템의 비중이 훨씬 커졌다. 화폐 아이템 비중이 좀 커졌대요. 비고유 장비 아이템은 6% 감소했습니다. 좋아요. 액자리랑 제왕 오브가 좀 더 흔해진다고 하네요. 균열이랑 저 뭐야 역병 몬스터 드랍 페널티를 늘렸다고 하네요. 균열이 그렇게 좋지 않게 되겠네요. 드랍 페널티가 늘어났더라. 음, 리프렉션 롱그래프트는 이제 체인이 없다네요. 후사체 체인으로 바뀌었네요. 이거는 냉방지 너프죠. 초반은 그렇게 중요하지 않긴 한데 쓰긴 하니까요. 체인 하려고. 즐겨찾기. 이터널 오브. 수정. 스타터는 역학 일제 사격으로 가야 될 것 같긴 한데요. 어떤 어센던시로 가느냐. 겠군요. 음. 엘리멘탈리스트 이거 봐야 되겠는데요. 지금이다. 오렌님이 올려주셨던 역학 일제 사격을 베낄 차례다. 찾았다. 이게 저거죠? 불순승고까지 간 건가요? 그쵸? 굳이예요? 그러면 불순승고 아니면 저거잖아요. 살점의 융합. 아니, 융해가 아니라 융합이네. 삼색 플라의 단연 숭고. 음, 그러네요. 주얼칸도 해봤고, 예뻐지고. 살점 융합 쓰기가 조금 쓴다면 뭐 어떻게 하면 될 것 같긴 한데. 아무튼 이렇게 작게 해놔야 되겠다. 이 사람은 무료고치를 썼구나. 노출을 가려고. 음, 진너, 콜렘, 아니. 토템이랑 직접 쓰는 거. 화면을 뭐 쓰고 있는 거지? 토네이도랑 하이드로스피어? 아, 저거 썼나 보구나. 스펠슬링어. 면. 토네이도는 투사체 때문에 쓰는 거죠. 굳이 아닌가? 그냥 무료우체만 쓰고 여기에 점유를 쓰는 게 아니라 그냥 전령을 쓰는 게 낫지 않아요? 어? 잠깐. 역일사가 주문이죠. 어택이네? 전용을 쓰는 게 낫지 않아요? 누르기 귀찮아서 한 것 같긴 해요. 토템도 쓰니까. 토템에 물의 고체 토네이도까지 쓰면 키보드 박살 나니까. 그러면 음흠. 음. 한자리 피네. 하이드로스피어를 안에 노출을 매번 눌러서 거는 것도 귀찮긴 하겠다. 그렇긴 하겠네요. 이렇게 쓰다가 나중에 바꿔야 되겠구나. 라이트닝 펜 아마 그레이터 라이트닝 펜으로 바뀔 거니까 어웨이큰이 사라지잖아요. 그리고도 아마 노출은 똑같이 있을 거니까 그걸로 집어넣고 하이드로스피어를 빼고 전용을 늘리는 식으로 나중에 빌드업하면 되겠네. 일단 이렇게가 좋네요. 프라이머리 이지스는 왜 썼을까요? Protective Aegis which takes elemental damage from hits for you until depleted. EHP가 25%나 늘어요? 아, 보존의 고요 같은 애예요. EHP가 엄청 오르네요. 아마 이분은 3차로 끝내신 것 같은데 감전을 찍겠죠? 감전의 노출? Gain convergence when you hit unique enemy. While you don't have convergence. (30% 증폭이죠) Shocks from your hits always increase damage taken by at least 25%. 감전이 적어도 25%는 걸린다. 가 좋은가? 아니면 컨버전스가 있는 게 좋은가? 을 여기다. 볼 DPS가 얼마나 오른 거야? 112 7 30%? 29% 올랐네요. 고유 몬스터 때리는 게 29%. 이거나 감전. 크지 않구나. 이게 맞네요. 어... 스타터 대 엘리멘탈리스트 역학 일제 사격으로 가려고 합니다. 에크레스가 몇이죠? 정확도가 몇이야? 4200? 골렘 때문에 는 거죠? 아, 맞아. 이거 빼야지. 네, 엘리멘탈리스트 역학 일제 사격으로 가려고 합니다. 디크리스트 넣으면 되겠죠? 그럼 잡히겠지? 안 잡힘. 이거 뺀 걸로 봐야 되는데 어떻게 보지? 그러면 빼고 컨피규레이션에서 얘만 빼고 넣으면 되잖아요. 이건 잡히지 않나? 하나가 안 잡히는구나. 아, 상관없고. 한 20% 약해지나 봐요? 한 18%? 19%? 그럼 뭐 상관없을 것 같고. 그래도 정확도는 100%니까 괜찮고. 렌즈 차지. 어, 파워 차지. 그리드. 아, 여기 있구나. 오케이. 이걸로 한번 밀어보면 되겠다. 프로젝트 사라졌고. 이거 다 빼면 되는 건가요? 마크도 플레이. 다 빼도 되겠다. 물리완드였군요. 음? 훌륭한 데가 아니어도 돼요. 아니어도 돼요. 음... 아, 왓? 컨버트. 피지컬 투 라이트닝 25%. 50%. 장갑인가요? 피지컬 투 콜드. 뭐요? 컨버트가 어디 들어간 거죠? 아, 어렵다. 일단 클러스터 주얼에 라이트닝 50%는 봤고요. 콜드 50%, 라이트닝 50%. 아, 콜드 50, 번개 50이라 100%구나. 그렇군요. 그러네요. 컨버트 때문에 군주어를 무조건 써야 되고 장갑에서 무조건 땡겨야 돼서 조금 그렇군요. 그러면 스펠, 콜드, 그냥 콜드가 더 세구나. 저 라이트닝 투 스펠. 뭐야? 스펠 데미지가 공격 데미지의 150%만큼 들어간다. 차지 들어가야 되고 아하. 플레임 있으니까 되고. 크림 멀티랑 힐 찬스가 필요하거든요. 아, 일단 스킬 제한부터 바꾸자. 페이스티 데메스 야 데메스 어... 아, 지속시간 감소를 보는 거군요. 무슨 선고 뺄 거고요. 세븐 인게이션 빠지고 군주얼도 다시 구해볼 거고 모처살 빼고 야, 닌자 좀 봅시다. 스타터는 가지고 있어요. 스타터는 있습니다. 근데 그 이후로 빌드업을 어떻게 할지를 보고 있는 거죠. 젤또님 것도 있고 그 이 사람 거 투하드 이 사람 거 참고해서 좋은 쪽으로 POV 살짝만 만지면 돼요. 그거는 됐습니다. 다행히 젤도님이 먼저 해주셔서 약간의 지능 스태킹이네요. 역시 스발린 써야 될 것 같고. 와우. 그치. 그러네. 와, 이 사람 거 되게 좋은데요? 이렇게 챙기는구나. 지능당 번개 피해랑 지능당 스펠 피해랑 시폭. 근데 이거는 미러템 올라오면 뜨면 되고 밑에만 깔짝해서 만들어가지고 쓰다가 바꾸면 되겠네요. 근데 이거 시폭이 아마 균열 리그가 적어여서 그랬을 거예요. 그 역병이 좋았어서. 그래서 시폭으로 붙인 거를 미러를 뜬 것 같습니다. 그치? 공속. 이 사람은 공속이네요. 블럭 플라스크 빼도 되지 않나? 스발린이면 빼도 괜찮지 않아요? 이거 빼고 그냥 시폭 필요하면 시폭 플라스크 쓰면 되지. 어택 블록이 좀 모자라요? 아, 어, 가져와 보자. 가져와서 마스터리 다시 넣어보죠. 어, 출비트 증가. 아, 그냥 지능 고유 그 자체로 패시브죠? 마스터리가 아니라. 이거를 건드릴 수가 있나? Wait a minute. 파울본 핸드. 이게 되나? 어, 잠깐만요. 수정자 오버라이드 넣어보죠. 아이, 음, 대다예요. 모르겠다. 나중에 알아보죠. 대다이면 투사체가 많고 순풍이 있고 어? 마크 이펙트. 이거 두 개 찍으려고 음, 블록 차이가 많이 나는군요. 아니면 일단 그냥 스타터까지만 잡아놓고 닌자 참고하면 되니까 사이온 패시브 노드 나오면 새 전직 패시브 노드 나오면 그때 가서 또 고민해볼까요? 그쪽도 빈집일 수도 있어요. 아, 저도 잠을 못 자서 그냥 정리만 해놓고 자야겠습니다. 사이온으로 시작하면 좀 단단한가? 그것도 좀 볼까요?
Welcome.
아닌 것 같은데요? EHP 만 뭐야? 엥? 그치. 엘리 시작. 트릭스터 시작 찍고. 엥? 트릭 시작은 찍을 필요. 아, 트릭 시작이 아니라. 그치. 응? 서프레스 스펠 데미지. 서프레스가 없잖아. 예? 데미지 때문에 했구나. 마스터리. 랑 동작 속도. 파차 가져오면 큰 차이 없겠네. 모르겠네요. 사이온 저건 아닌 것 같고. 스타터 정하셨어요? 치즈 고양이님의 스타터는 무엇입니까? 역일사 살아남았고, 냉방지 살아남았고, 릴리 죽었고, 아, 맞아요. 굴절론 체인 안 되는 거 때문에, 맞아요. 아프긴 합니다. 격분 충전이 없죠? 아예. 있는데? 격분 충전은 어디서 받는 거야? 아, 징표 마스터리에서 무슨 징표를 쓰고 있죠? 스나이퍼스 마크. 마크 원이 쓰면 안 되나? 칸도 비는 것 같은데? 팝건은 활로 갈 건가 봐요. 토리센스님 아직 방송하시나? 구경 가야지. 방송하셨고.
이상한 과학의 나라 에이스.
꽤 오래전 것 같은데 왜 시간이 그대로지?
무자비한테 이걸 주는 게 맞나? 무자비라고 대충 보지 마세요.
투벨님은 RF인가요?
그
역시.
그거 있다. 그거. 카오스 빌드에서 매핑이 엄청나게 안 좋아가지고 평원 불가.
그러고 보니 할배 엄청 너프해주던데. 가디언 해야 되는 거 아니에요? 아닌가? 플레이어 체인지. 토템 플레이스먼트 스피드가 느려졌군요. 겔 좀 보자. 겔은 분위기가 어떻죠? 여길사 토템 많이 할 것 같네. 그쵸? 뭐야. 사이온 신규 어셋 노드가 나왔어요? 우와, 와, 이걸 다 찾으신 거야? 대박이다. 어떻게 찾았지? 어, 그러게요. 맛있어 보이는 게 딱히 없는데요? 어, 일렙 보조잼. 아, 이거는 네, 굳이 지금 볼 필요 없고. 토템 설치 속도 증가가 퀄리티에 있구나. 근데 어차피 스타터인데 대충 적당히 세게 만들다가 좋은 거 뜨면은 넘어가면 되잖아요. 아, 지도 옵션 안 좋은 거 빠진 거는 진짜 너무 좋다. 매핑이 좀 편안해지겠어요. 엔드게임 재밌겠다. 기대가 됩니다. 네, 저도 곧 들어가겠습니다. 피곤해요. 뭐야. 치명타가 노출을 건다. 아, 아니구나. 노출이 걸려있는 적에게 치명타가 증가하는 거구나. 아무튼 저 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 쉬고 와서 액트런 정도만 하죠. 이돌은 의미가 없을 것 같고요. 가보겠습니다. 바위.